Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to Royal Sussex Live. Welcome, one and all. Connie Balmer! Hey, Connie Balmer. Good morning. Good morning. We say good morning to you. Good morning. Good morning. I didn't know that that was a real thing. Wow. Okay, I just learned something new. Okay. I'll show you later, but I just learned something new. And when did that happen? Oh, that was October of 2020? Well, that's weird because I don't see anybody with a face mask on. And 2020, we should have all been masked up. Okay. Okay. Well, yeah, I look at everything through the global pandemic. That is my barometer for almost everything. When it comes to that period of time, I'm always looking to see who's wearing a gas mask. I'm the gas mask. A face mask, not a gas mask. Gosh, I make it sound like it's the end of the world, don't I? Okay, let me see who was here first. Wow, 444 people already. Hey, can you all do me a favor? Please hit the like button. I'm going to have to start saying that more often because for whatever reason, the views are down. Um, I'm not sure why, but the like button does help drive engagement. And so, if you guys could please take the time to hit that like button. Um, Otherwise, I'm going to have to keep repeating it, and I don't want to do that. And you know, I hardly ever say it. The Mod Squad, of course, has been very kind to remind people quite often, but I rarely do. So, just to help out the channel, which is, totally free, it doesn't cost you all anything. Please hit that like button. You wouldn't believe how helpful that is. So, I would appreciate it. Please, pretty please, hit that like button. Okay. Okay. Oh, there we go. Now, you know what? I want to put the Mod Squad up, but I don't know which one was the most recent group. Well, I'm just going to take my chances with this one. Uh, is there anybody who's not a Mod Squad there? Well, holler if well, I don't know. Don't tell me. I don't want to know. I don't want to know because you know me, it's only going to add to more confusion, and I'll be urged to try to fix it immediately, and I don't want to do that. So let's just leave it like it is, right? You know who I'm missing though? Where is Sherry Ware? Where is Sherry Ware? I hope Sherry Ware is okay. I guess maybe the hour is just too late for her, which is totally understandable. Works for me though. I take to these hours like a fish to water. Um, yeah, I am in my element. Okay. Judy Matasset is here. And again, please hit those like buttons. I need your help with this because the views are going down. Yeah. And, there's a lot that goes into this, and it just be such a shame that nobody is seeing it, especially during this very critical time when they seem to have it in for Harry. I am so bothered by this, you guys. I really am bothered by this. Um, Harry deserves this award, no matter what anybody says. And I got, winded yesterday trying to make that case and appeal to some of the hate watchers. Hate watchers are people too. Some of the trolls that tune in, I was literally trying to appeal to them, to their better angels, if they have any. They're such disgusting, god awful people, and they are loathsome, god awful people, and I don't see it for them in this world at all. But we're all God's children, and if God says there's supposed to be trolls and what do you call it, derangers, then that's just the way it's supposed to be. I am not going to question that. However, they are a pain in the buttocks. Okay. Elaine Parker, thank you so much for the super sticker and thank you for being here. And good morning to you. It's got to be, ooh, don't tell me. I think it's about 5:18 a.m. or GMT time or whatever. And for Connie Baumer, I'm guessing is maybe 6:18, right? Maybe 7:18, 6:18 a.m. And Pedo is here. Pedo. Um, Pedo, I try not to say this, but Mom likes me more. Mom loves me. I'm sure she loves you too, of course, but Mom likes Royal Sussex. So anyway, haven't gotten that out of my system. Pedo, I didn't know you were on last night, and I kept looking before I went on because I'm like, okay, good. If Pedo's on, that gives me more time to get ready. And then I guess I didn't look again, and next thing I know, they said, "Oh, Pedo's on." So um, yeah, because I actually like listening to Pedo while I'm prepping. It kind of relaxes me. Okay. What is that? Joey Moore says, I watch Bear and replay. Will somebody explain to me how Baldy lost his rifle during his practice? Well, I didn't give an explanation about that, so I can't be sure. Love wins. Oh, I saw the thumbnail that you made today. It was absolutely beautiful. What does it say? We serve or why we serve or whatever. That was a beautiful thumbnail. I didn't get a chance to watch the video. Oh, and speaking of videos, you guys, guess who's back? Guess who's back? Let me see here. Sussex Strong Global News is back. And Sussex Strong Global News, they haven't had a video for a while. Um, Let me see. I think the last time they had a video was like some 3 months ago. So there's a video that was just uploaded today. So when you guys get a chance to, make sure you go over there and support because, matter of fact, I tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to put the link for it um, on the community tab. Okay. Yeah, I'll put the link for it on the community tab. So whenever you get a chance to, the video is only about 7 minutes long, I think. Or is it? Yeah, I think, no, it's longer than 7 minutes. But anyway, do make sure you go over there and support because it's another good trusted space that you can catch up on things. And maybe if you guys go over there and like and subscribe and everything, maybe we can get a video more often from them. But it's good to know that sometimes we have to encourage people and let them know that we're enjoying the content. So, and then maybe we can get more videos. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and scroll all the way through to the last comment. So, hey, Mystic Toxin, Carolyn Sowers, Chef Sandy Love is here. Flipping page, stirring sauces. Now, did you used to be crotching chicken, hidden egg, or is this something new? Is this someone new? Ah, okay. Oh yeah, let me see if I can put that at the top of the chat. Uh, okay, where am I? Oh, there we go. I'm going to put Love Wins at the top of the chat. There you go. So there's another place that you can go and subscribe to a Sussex friendly space. Okay, and with that, let's move on then, shall we? Going to take my face out of here. But yes, why are they so triggered? What is it about Harry's happiness or other people's appreciation for Harry? What is it about him that just triggers so many people? And yeah, I just, so Prince Harry's award has upset the British tabloid media. And King Charles and Queen's final moments. There's a book that's going to once again change the story about what happened leading up to the Queen's last moments. But one thing is for sure, Charles was not there in the room with her. He decided it was more important to go and forage for truffles. Okay, so again, thank you to the Mod Squad, which, to the best of my recollection, includes VS Speaks Royally, who was recruited without even me asking. I was just like, oh, you're a moderator. But VS is usually, for at least those of us in the US and Canada, VS is usually the first one on in the day. So you could always start your day with VS on VS Speaks Royally. And then there's Church Nellie, who is usually just getting home from the tavern at that hour. And then Anastasia, Isabella, Black Queen, Sean, Lydia Washington, Cookies and Cream, Lucy Wynn, and of course myself, Mo Shannon, who has taken some time away from social media, and Sherry Ware and Elaine Parker. So there you go. Those are the champions, the ones that not only serve but protect in these Sussex channels. You may notice some of them are on multiple channels, keeping these streets safe. So very, very important because I was on. Oh gosh, what was it? It was I was on Spaces when I was listening to them watching the Golden Globes, and just like everybody else, I was hoping that we might see our faves out, and then all of a sudden, here comes that ridiculous, awful comedian that just put a bad taste in everybody's mouth. And so it's very important what the moderators do because, sometimes we can be enjoying ourselves and a lot of people want to make comments and share their thoughts and everything. And the last thing you want to do is be trolled by some of those derangers that like to come into the comment section. And sometimes I can see where the moderators have gone through and cleaned house. And sometimes I even catch them myself. And even with some of the older videos, the moderators occasionally go and clean out the trolls. So it just makes the space more comfortable for everybody. I mean, this is our space, so let them go kick rocks or whatever. So anyway, I just found this by chance today, but Alethea magazine, right, which is I guess a German magazine because this was uh, what is it translated? This says Alethea Magazine is preparing a special e-paper for the Dusseldorf Invictus Games. Here's a photo of Prince Harry arriving at City Hall. The cry of people of Dusseldorf, "Der Prinz kommt," which of course means the prince is coming. From carnival time could not be more fitting on this day. So I'm not sure what that means, carnival time, but I guess maybe that's the translation that says that or whatever. So anyway, it was a very joyous atmosphere in the town square at the Dusseldorf town hall. And of course, Harry comes out in that impeccable suit he's wearing. This is what he was wearing when he emerged from I could think it was a Range Rover. And he went in and signed the guest book at the town hall. And I believe it was the same, yeah, I'm sure it was the same book that he and Meghan signed when they went to the town hall a year prior to the Invictus game. So yeah, I believe they went for a 1 year countdown, and then of course they went. Well, Harry was there for the opening of the game. Meghan, as you know, came along later on that week. Uh, so, and then of course, Sussex September continued because remember, Sussex September really started with the gosh, was it the Beyonce concert and the premiere? The when Harry went to that special showing of Heart of Invictus, and then there was something else that I'm probably forgetting. But yeah, so it was a lot going on for September, and yeah, what a time that was! What a time. Okay. So, Meghan Markle's suits dad, Wendell Pierce, shares why he doesn't sweat the hate the Duchess gets. Well, I'm glad he's not sweating, but it sure gets the better of a lot of people. Although, as you know, I have tried as much as I can to calm the nerves of everyone that I speak to because it really doesn't do you any favor to get so worked up about things you cannot control. And as I always say, just trust Harry. Harry is has been on the case, and he's been doing an extraordinary job keeping his family safe. I believe the only hiccup that we've had was that incident in Manhattan, and aside from that, um, yeah, pretty much that was it. There's that one heckler, which is also a paparazzi person that seems to show up. I think he's probably had about three occasions where he I don't know that for such a little guy, he's the loudest thing to have come out of Britain since the Range Rover, I suppose. But yeah, he's very loud and obnoxious, and he's a paparazzi guy, and I guess he lives here in the States. And oh, this guy makes a lot of money. I mean, he's the stuff of nightmares. But aside from that, the Sussexes have been very safe. Um, and they're in California, where there are laws that are better suited to protect them almost any place else in the country. So there's that to consider, and it is a gated community, which is really puzzling. Why they always say what the neighbors think about the Sussexes, and it's like they may as well be on an island, considering there are walls and hedges and everything else that separates those properties. People don't live in that area so that they keep running into their neighbors. That just doesn't happen unless you go to one of the local shops or something like that. It's not very likely to happen, and that is if you go to one of the local shops. So, okay. Yeah, Ozell, it has gotten out of hand. It has gotten out of hand. And rather than enjoying the moment, which I'm still enjoying the moment, but I feel a need to confront some of the attacks that have been um, created almost out of nowhere. I mean, the royal rodents, the tabloid media have been activated. They have been activated. They have gotten their call to duty. They have gotten their marching orders. They have been mobilized. And this is like the most that we've seen since Endgame came out. And before Endgame, I can't think of anything that has provided as much pushback. I mean, they tried with the Invictus games, but nobody was listening to them. But yeah, um, any award that the Sussexes are, and that's the other thing. The fact that this is already known about because it's already been announced that Harry will be the recipient inducted into the Living Legends, you know, thing. Because everybody knows about it, that gives them plenty time to stir up the hornet's nest until the day of the event. And then, of course, after the event, and we don't know for sure that the Sussexes are going to go, but I can tell you one thing: I'm pretty sure that the whole fuss is hoping that they won't go. They really don't want them to show up. This competes with the rest of the people back home. This is something that they would prefer that William would have received. You know, this is the military. This is Hollywood. This is the United States. They want this desperately for William. But the thing is, Harry has been getting this for years before he met Meghan. Harry got that award for, I don't even know what it was, but Colin Powell presented it to him. And Harry was 27 years old. So this is nothing new. Harry has been recognized again and again. How much more recognition does Harry receive before they get? And that's why I said yesterday, your vitriol doesn't work here. You're not going to turn the Americans against him. So anyway, let me play this sound bite from Pierce before I forget. Let me see here. But yeah, that way you can hear what he had to say in his own voice.
She was in New York.
Okay, let me start that over because the mute was on. And I'm going to turn it down a little bit because the sound is a bit weird, but here goes.
Yes, I saw her when she was in New York just last year, earlier last year, a couple of months ago when she received an award. And I saw she and Prince Harry, and I hadn't seen them in a while, so it was great, just touch base and remind her that no matter where they are in the world, I'm their friend, I love her, you're in a bubble, and it's always good to know, no matter what you're going through, that friends are there for you.
Right. Are you? Is it weird to you? Like, oh my God, my TV daughter married into a British film? It's pretty bizarre.
Yeah, it is bizarre. It is bizarre, but it just shows you the power of love.
Right.
That no matter who you are, where you are, love conquers all.
Right. It must have been hard seeing when she's criticised. It must be hard for you to see that.
The thing about it is, I know she has Harry, right?
Did you notice that that American reporter was not trying to catch him out or try to get him to say something on the record that they could use as a put down, as a tear down, as a way to confirm Megan's lack of acceptance by the American people and such? That is exactly what they were hoping for. Well, at least that's what the tabloid media hopes for. But that American reporter just asked direct questions. It wasn't a aha, I got you. The whole tone of the tabloid media is very different from what we're used to here in the US. And it's not as though we don't have the shade, but it just doesn't seem to. The only time when things are like that is during a presidential election. That's it. There's really no other time where we expect people on a continuous basis to make a choice for this person or that person. What do you think about this? Or what do you think about that? In terms of an election, but otherwise, it's just not the same. It's not as as toxic. Yeah, toxic. I'll say toxic is the right word. It's just not as toxic. Let me see. Harry is already chose to join Legends, and there is nothing haters can do. Thank you, Connie Bomber. Absolutely. He's already there. He's already there. He's in. He's in. So there is nothing that anyone could say or do that's going to change that. Harry is loved, and Harry is part of the community out there. The Sussexes, and I hate to use the term Hollywood because they don't mean anything nice when they say that. But let me see if I can find a little way to remind the hate watchers, not you guys, but the hate watchers that are likely here listening and plotting and scheming. Yes, that are listening and plotting and scheming. Gosh, I kind of think I need a magnifier for this. There's got to be some way. Okay. No, I guess not. But yeah, okay, so let me find that. I will find it. It is not far away. Oh no, not that one. But yeah, I know what I'm looking for. It's here. Don't worry, you guys. This one is not a problem. I'm just trying to decide which one I want to share. Maybe this one. Let's see what this one is.
Community Awards then. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm welcome to the Duke and Duchess of Sussex.
Do you guys hear that? Do you hear the so-called neighbors and Hollywood and so on and so forth? Do you hear the reaction? And of course, the haters tried to twist this, but one more time.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm welcome to the Duke and Duchess of Sussex.
Now wait for the so-called microphone incident. I'm still trying to understand.
So Sarah, what's been going on?
Okay, so the first award is to Alexa Fullerton.
That's right. People don't forget what music means to all of us. Music brings us together, all of us. Don't ever forget that, please.
early on a Friday night. Thank you to our donors, our 180 volunteers tonight.
You're not supposed to do that.
$5,000 from the Gene Perkins Foundation. And this is going to be used to provide much needed open water and backcountry rescue support countywide using high-tech advanced drones. So the money that 1805 raises goes straight to our community and straight to our first responders. And so we thank you all for that. Just in case you don't have enough fun tonight, we do have our next event to announce. And so on December 20th at the Libero Theater.
I mean, even here, you can see that whoever, and this is just one of the amateur videos, they were totally fixated on Harry and Meghan. Couldn't believe they were there. Like yesterday, we have a meritocracy. Order of birth, being born in a certain family doesn't mean you are about anyone. Let me see. It is put up or shut up here. Exactly. Thank you so much, Lex. Exactly. People, well, let's see. What is it they say? You're only as good as your last movie, or you're only as good as your last job. That's it. It doesn't matter about your past. There's a certain things that are unforgivable, but you know, there's people have gone to California for a couple of 100 years now because it seemed like a good place to start over. And Harry is starting over. He started a new life. Just so interesting that Harry has actually been to California training as an Apache pilot, a helicopter pilot in the past. I mean, he was out there before and now he's back to live. So good on him. Let me see. Had 2 tours and hot war. Made it home. Wow, Baldy, the ambulance chaser, compare with a real veteran. Yeah. And of course, he didn't even work that often. They even reported that in the tabloids at the time. Work shy Will. He used it as an excuse sometimes to not participate in certain family functions. He would use the excuse of being the ambulance helicopter guy. Okay. Oh, wow. So please don't forget to hit the like button, you guys. Please, if you can, go ahead and hit that like button. And from here on out, henceforth, please make it a point to do that. And if you don't like Royal Sussex, then go ahead and do the thumbs down. But your engagement is very important. And the thumbs down, that'll let what is it? That'll let the platform know how you really feel about Royal Sussex. So if you don't like it, just do the thumbs down. Either way. That way you can let the people know that you don't like Royal Sussex. Or by hitting the thumbs down, maybe you won't get it anymore or whatever. I don't know. But just do it. Thumbs up or thumbs down. But just make sure that you engage. Yes, America has embraced him and let him know we still love his mom, Diana, and will protect and pray for him. True that. True that. Thank you, Rhonda. Okay. The problem is that Baldy can't see past his jealousy. The tabloids and Royal Rotor win here because they like to cause controversy. He is getting it up for them, and it's like as soon as his hair went, he turned. Well, you know, they stopped reporting about him when he turned 30. They said as soon as he turned 30, that was when the idea of William, the sexiest man alive, all of that disappeared. It started to fade early, right? And then by the time he was 30, they just stopped reporting. They didn't make reference to his looks. And so part of the campaign for America, to win the hearts and minds of America, remember how they were trying to make people believe how fan he was and how women could not stop thinking about him. Remember that? That was just prior to the trip to New York. They started doing that. That, you know, the trip to New York where he went every place that Harry had already been 10 years earlier, that trip to New York. So even went to the same firehouse that Harry went to. So anyway, there is Wendell Pierce and Meghan in the one of the courtroom scenes on the Suits. And yeah, so great show, great show. Make sure you all do check it out. Full disclosure, I haven't watched it yet because I'm just afraid to start it, because when I start a series, then I know I'm going to get stuck, and I will be very unproductive if I do that. So if you guys are anxious for me to disappear for a little while, just say, hey, why don't you start watching Suits? And you won't hear from me for about a week. So yeah, I was going to try it. I said, nope, I just can't right now. There's too much going on. But, you know, from everything that everyone has said, I should really just jump in and just try to manage my time, right? It would be worth it. It would be worth it. Okay, so part-time Prince Wales, Duke of Cambridge, works just 20 hours a week for air ambulance. Huh? I knew this was coming up, but I wanted it to be a surprise. And as you can tell from the font, that is likely the Express. Yeah, I believe this article is from the Express. Prince William averages just 80 hours a month for the air ambulance service. Prince William spends on average only 80 hours per month working as an air ambulance helicopter pilot. It has emerged. And look who wrote the article. Why, it's Richard Palmer. Yeah, this was when Richard Palmer had a very different tone about Will and Kate. And then take a look over there. ABC News, Prince Harry named top of his class in Apache helicopter training. Top of his class. Huh? Top of his class. Lex says, ha, the polls. King of States, sexiest bald man. They tried it. They tried it. I don't know which poll that was, but they tried it. It was, you know, and the thing about it, some of the people included Vladimir Putin, and I'm trying to think of who some of the other people were. In other words, given the type of people that were available to vote for, it was very odd. The list was very odd. And so it wasn't so much that so many people voted for him as much as they were voting either for or against someone else, if you understand what I'm saying. But there were people on the list that should not have been there, including William, I might add. But I do believe that Kensington Palace had pulled a little rank on somebody and coerced someone to do something. Believe me when I tell you this. When the people at Kensington Palace are reaching out to these different media groups and papers and such, more often than not, they get their way. Seriously. More often than not, they get exactly what they ask for. No kidding. You may wonder why, but they managed to do that thing with Amy Robach, didn't they? By threatening to prohibit ABC News from having access, allegedly, to Will and Kate's wedding. They do it. They do it all the time. And more often than not, they get their way. Thank you, Lex. Let's see. Baldy get 36% against Satan, Putin, and the devil. Exactly. It was really a matter of who was. I just remember that the list was puzzling. I had never seen Putin on any list, not even for who looks the most like a Doberman. I haven't even seen him on that list before. But the way the list was created, it wasn't so much voting for this one as you were voting against that one. So, yeah, very odd. Kim Peaches, UK media is still looking at Willie as if he's still looking like Diana's boy, yet she called Harry good King Harry. Diana always said that Harry would be a good help to Wills. Well, I don't know that they mentioned him looking like Diana so much. I haven't heard that lately. I think people mostly avoid the topic so not to hurt his feelings, but well, at least me. I can't say you, but me. I have rarely heard any reference as of late to William's appearance as a chip off the old Princess Diana. I haven't heard that one lately. It's been a while since I heard that reference. The last time I heard it was when Harry said it's no longer there in Spare. That's the last time I heard it. So yes, I surely have heard it, but not lately. Not lately. Lately, that's that ship has sailed. So what's her name? Oh gosh, how could I forget her name? Um no, not Brenda. That's the one on Loose Women. And it's such a oh, I can't remember her name. Uh, no, not Madeline, not Adelaide. Not certainly not Adelaide. Um, Allison. Allison, got it. Allison. So Allison decided to stick up for Harry. I couldn't believe it. I mean, I could believe it. I don't think she's ever been anti-Harry, but I mean, let's face it, you all. She got to keep her job. She needs her job. You know, she worked very hard to be on television, and we certainly don't want to take that away from her. As long as she's not speaking against them, I have no problem with her.
Royal family, and he married. To me, Harry is a legit living legend. He was in the royal family, and he married a mixed race woman. He's a living legend. But not I wanted to win this award. To me, Harry is a legit living legend. He was in the royal family, and he married a mixed race woman. He's a living legend. But not I wanted to win this award.
And listen to the way they scramble to try to shut that down. Listen again to the end of it.
To me, Harry is a legit living legend. He was in the royal family, and he married a mixed race woman. He's a living legend. But not I wanted to win this award. To me, Harry is a legit living legend. He was in the royal family, and he married a mixed race woman. He's a living legend. But not I wanted.
Yeah. Yep. Yep. What? Yep. What? Oh, but yep. What? Did that trigger something? Did that little earpiece in their ear say Allison is getting off the narrative? You got to stop her. You got to stop Allison. She just drifted away from the narrative. Yep. I mean,
To win this award. To me, Harry is a living legend. He was in the royal family and he married a mixed race woman. He's a living legend to me. Yeah, but not I wanted to win this award.
Yeah, dip, 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 dip. Bunny Bond says the panicked. They panicked. Absolutely, they panicked. Yep, 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 dip, 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 dip. I mean, you know you're upset when you start scatting like Ella Fitzgerald. Boo doo be doo 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 be doo be doo dip 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 dip. Yeah, when you start scatting like Ella Fitzgerald, then you're losing it. You're really losing it. But yeah, that seemed to cause panic to set in that she would dare say something nice about Harry. So good on you, Allison. Although I wish he would have just stuck with his history of philanthropy and humanitarian work. That alone is reason enough. Prince Harry induction into Aviation Hall of Fame is a bit of a mixed blessing. Exclusive. Prince Harry has been named as living legend by the Aviation Hall of Fame, but it's not clear if the attention it brings will be welcomed by the Duke. You all, they are trying to shame and humiliate him out of accepting this award. They want nothing more than for him to turn it down and to stay home. Exactly. They want him to turn it down and stay home. That is what this plot is about, is to make sure that once all those photos come out, that they can take the shine off of it. So Prince Harry may end up with viewing his new role as living legend of aviation as a bit of a mixed bag, a royal author has claimed. The decision to induct the Duke of Sussex sparked both praise and criticism, including from former armed forces officers, but primarily led to a huge debate, which may have been the objective, suggests royal expert. Oh, there we go, royal expert Tom Quinn. Now, I deliberately made Tom Quinn's image small and stuck down in the corner because that's where royal rodents belong. Rodents belong scurrying along the baseboards and in the corner. That is where you keep your rodents, out of sight, out of mind. So whenever you see a royal rodent, you're supposed to chase them with the broom. You know, just kind of go after them and try to whack them with that broom so you can sweep them out the door, right? But if that doesn't work, then you need a big, angry cat. Yeah, you need a big, angry cat. And that is how you solve the problem with the royal rodent. But the one thing you got to remember is when you get rid of one, two more show up, right? Two more show up. And when they show up, they do the same thing that the last ones did. And that is lie, lie, lie. That's what they do. One after the other. They just lie. They don't have the truth in them. And of course, they always are taking those phone calls or making those phone calls to places like Kensington Palace and otherwise. So, well, taking the call, should I say. Okay, let me get rid of that image there. Don't need that. Exactly. Go get your award, Harry. Don't let them try to discourage you. Don't let them try to discourage you. Oh, is it Miles G? Thank you so much for being here. And good morning to you. Good morning. Good morning. Okay. So, Living Legends of Aviation Executive Director Stacy Elsner told Daily Express, the decision to include Harry in the Aviation Hall of Fame was the result of a lengthy revision process after his name was submitted for consideration. Ms. Elsner said, the members of the Living Legends of Aviation submit their nominations for introduction and award honors each year in the spring. So this has been going on since the spring. These nominations are then provided to the appropriate committees, and the committees make their selection for the year's inductions and honors. So, since last spring, considering everything that they have witnessed, everything that they've already known, and whatever personal feelings that they have about the community, which I have to tell you guys that don't know, aviation and California, the space and aviation industry, the defense industry owes a lot to the state of California. Howard Hughes had Hughes aircraft. They were making aircraft out there. Whatever reason, Boeing decided to base themselves out of Everett, Washington. But there is a very large aviation community. Lots of innovations have come from the state of California. So there's a history there. And just like you had a lot of those, like for instance, the Duke of Windsor, he used to fly. As a matter of fact, I think the Duke of Windsor, wasn't he the first royal to fly? Edward Edward the Eighth? Wasn't he the first royal to ever fly? So I guess the thing I'm trying to say is there were a lot of wealthy Americans and Hollywood stars that love to fly. Some of those movie princes, they love to fly. So technology, aviation, Hollywood, it all comes together in California. So there's no big surprise that someone like Harry, who not only can pilot a helicopter, but I didn't realize that he had trained to fly the Spitfire, that he was able to fly this. I don't know if there's like a certification or something like that. But as you remember, he gave up his seat for a World War II veteran who almost didn't fly because of some mechanical issues with the particular plane that he was supposed to take. So Harry gave up his seat to this gentleman. But that, and what else? The Squirrel helicopter. And then there was another fixed wing plane that Harry trained on. So it's not just one aircraft. It's been multiple like helicopters and aircraft that he's training for. But that's not the point. Invictus, among other things, Harry has had a long relationship with the veteran community. Harry is a veteran. Most of the weight of this decision is because of his philanthropy and his humanitarian work. Now, the legends, living legends of aviation, not only do they have their community, but they select people that are like ambassadors of the aviation industry. There's a shortage of pilots. It's like anything else. You want to build up enthusiasm to help an industry grow. So I'm not saying Harry's going to go out and recruit pilots, but this is bringing a lot of attention to the aviation community. And whatever, I forget the name of the young pilots that the training pilots. Anyway, they're going to train pilots. They want young people to get involved with aviation. And a lot of that is out of the reach of so many people because unless you have an aircraft, it's hard to get those training hours in. But there's a shortage of pilots in the US. And because we're not in a wartime situation, that's where when you get a lot of new pilots is when you have a lot of recruitments for the armed forces. Well, that's not really happening right now. So there's not enough civilians that know how to fly. And so they are promoting the aviation industry. And there's no reason why this event would not help bring a lot of necessary attention to that. So it's not just all because they want to recognize Harry or because, you know, they just want to get together and be around other celebrities, but the aviation industry itself is looking forward to this event and several others across the country to help perpetuate more enthusiasm in the aviation industry. So that's it. And you know, the tabloid media, they know this. They know this. They already understand what this organization is about and how they came to their decision. But they are feigning ignorance on their television shows and in their columns because this is a way to rally support. This is a way for them to get clicks and engagement. Anger brings people together. Nothing brings people together like anger and hate. And so they create outrage. They try to stir up as much hatred as possible just so that they can get people engaged to read the next scathing article about Harry getting something for nothing. That is the whole narrative. Harry is getting something for nothing. No matter how hard he has worked in his life, no matter how much you hear people say what a fantastic pilot he was, what a fantastic soldier he was, how great he's been with the Centre Ballet, all of those things, it means nothing to those who choose to hate. They'd rather ignore that and stay angry and get caught up in a bunch of nonsense because they have nothing better to do. Big Mama, it's been a while. The hate will not stop because bed knobs and broomsticks will never be as popular and loved like the Sussexes. You get a bell for that. That is so true. They will never, ever have that type of connection with real people. And that's what this country is made up of, people. None of this outrage happened when 27-year-old Harry received that award from Colin Powell. Let me see here. Let me see if I can find that. Prince Harry and Colin Powell. Okay. Oh, I did make a video about that, didn't I? I sure did. I forgot about that. Well, how could I forget? I did make a video. Let me see. Let me see here. And also, what's his name? JJ on Talk TV. He was really cool. Notice JJ and Allison, only the black ones. Interesting. Interesting. Well, let me see here. Okay. Gonna try this one. Yeah, let me try that one. I'm just going to let Colin Powell say it in his own words. I do have that video, but I don't want to play that right now. So let me defer to Colin Powell. Colin?
Ladies and gentlemen, I am honored to present to you the recipient of the 2012 Distinguished Humanitarian Leadership Award, His Royal Highness Prince Harry.
Oh, okay. So that was the name of the award. And that was 11 years ago when Harry received that award. Now, Harry, we've all heard Colin Powell speak, but I'll let you hear what Harry had to say. Uh-oh. I just realized I might get a ding for that one. Okay.
Well, Powell, thank you very much for your incredibly kind words. For a captain in the British Army to be introduced by such a world-renowned soldier and statesman is truly humbling and a little terrifying. So it is with great humility that I accept this award. Genuinely, I obviously don't feel that I've done nearly enough to deserve it, but I'm immensely grateful to Chairman of the Atlantic Council, Senator Chuck Hagel, the President, Fred Kemp, and the Board of the Atlantic Council for according me this great honor.
Did you hear all of the names of those people that signed off on Harry winning that award? Did you hear the names of the people that signed off on Harry receiving that award?
If I may, I would like to accept the award on behalf of my brother William, our foundation, all those on both sides of the Atlantic who work so tirelessly to support our wounded veterans, but particularly for the guys, because this is their award. It would be wrong of me to speak for these heroes, but not presumptuous of me to pay tribute to them. So many of our servicemen and women have made the ultimate sacrifice. So many lives have been lost and so many changed forever by the wounds that they have suffered. They have paid the terrible price and keep us safe and free. The very least we owe them is to make sure that they and their brave families have everything they need through the darkest days and, in time, regain the hope and confidence to flourish again. For these selfless people, it is after the guns have fallen silent, the din of battle quietened, that the real fight begins, a fight that may last for the rest of their lives. We will all continue to support our armed forces in defence of freedom at home and abroad, but sooner or later, the coverage of them in the media will diminish or cease as coalition forces withdraw from Afghanistan. They will no longer be at the forefront of our minds. But the injuries left from a 7.62 bullet, an IED, watching a fellow comrade injured or killed, these are experiences that remain with you for life, both physically and mentally. We must be there for our servicemen and women and their families, standing shoulder to shoulder with them always. British and American forces train together, they fight together, and tragically some are wounded and some die together. It makes perfect sense to me, therefore, that we should, wherever possible and appropriate, work together by pooling our expertise and experience to heal and support the wounded veterans of both our nations. Truly, brothers and sisters in arms. It was a privilege for me to fight alongside members of the United States Armed Forces. Their professionalism and dedication to the values that we share and hold dear are inspirational. I would personally like to congratulate Marine Sergeant Major Brian Battaglia, I hope I said that right, who is to receive an award tonight recognizing the United States Armed Forces' peerless contribution to the defense of freedom. Using our fortunate position, William and I have sought to raise awareness of the challenges confronting our wounded, to help mobilize support and resources for them. We have tried to do what we can to ensure that servicemen and women and their families leave the military with purpose, with hope, and with confidence. Whether in their working environments or in the wider community, these fine people, examples to us all, have an invaluable contribution to make. Last year, I struggled to keep up with 4 British soldiers who I joined for part of their expedition to walk to the North Pole. Each of these men had recently been gravely wounded on the battlefields of Afghanistan. Theirs was the fastest team to reach the pole that season. And at this very moment, another team of our wounded are returning from Mount Everest. Sadly, I have to be the first to say that I understand that they have been frustrated from reaching the summit by the unusually warm weather, which brings particularly dangerous conditions. However, the mere fact that these guys are up on that fearsome peak, I find totally amazing. Ladies and gentlemen, these people, ours and yours, are extraordinary. That is why I feel so humble in accepting this wonderful honor from you tonight. I congratulate wholeheartedly my
Uh-oh.
American fiction is gaining a
Sorry about that. But yeah, that was about the end of it. So, yeah, you know, one of the things Colin Powell said is that the age of the average person for that annual event was much younger than they had ever seen before because Harry was there. But yeah, and someone said he has so much grace. He does. He is full of grace, and he always defers to other people. He never accepts the credit only for himself. It is always put back on the wounded soldiers. So at the time when he gave that speech, I'm going to say that was 11 years ago. So that was before the Invictus games, right? And so whatever connection that he had with his brother, he branched off on his own. But of course, the derangers want you to believe that William had something to do with Invictus. Where's William now? William is struggling to find a voice for himself. William is struggling to find purpose. William is trying to save the environment. And just today, what did I see? Something that was a train ride away. He took a private jet, which would have taken him from like a Range Rover to a jet, and from a jet to a helicopter, and back to one of their several homes. That's what I saw. The Eco Warrior. And of course, the tabloid media, they won't say anything about it. But if Harry hitches a ride on a private jet that's already headed in that direction anyway, they have a meltdown about it. See, there we go. There we go. We told you so. But they'll never say anything about William. Why? Because of the invisible contract. So right here, Prince Harry will receive, and this is a quote from one of the squaddies. What am I trying to say? One of the squaddies. Prince Harry will receive the Living Legend of Aviation Award honor, and the UK press has spiraled into a depression. Spare by Prince Harry tried to warn us about this behavior, but good grief, no one could imagine the embarrassing public meltdown. They will spend the next 9 days moping around like Lady C. You gotta love the Sussex squad. You gotta love the Sussex squad. They can come up with some doozies, right? But yeah, they're gonna be they're gonna be moping around like Lady C. Yes, they will. They are going to, and you know, she's trying to conjure up this big I don't even want to talk about it, but they're not done yet. This is just part of it. I think that they are trying to come up with something for later on this year that is supposed to be so earth shaking. I mean, the organized hate campaign, it's not over yet, and as long as they are the popular royals, Harry and Meghan, this is going to continue. It is going to continue. And the only thing that really scares me is that, is this going to transfer to Archie and Lily? I mean, the temptation to compare these kids and those kids are it's just too compelling, or should I say, it would drive engagement. I mean, let's be frank, it will make for good engagement, even though it's born out of evil, but it will make good engagement for the tabloid media. So they won't resist. They will not resist the idea of making the comparison of the children of this household and the children of that household. However, I have to say that there are some celebrities here in the US that manage to keep their kids away from the media. There are some that do. I mean, it's not that the media doesn't have interest, but even the tabloid media, they have interest, but somehow they manage to keep their kids away from the media. So let's hope that's the case. I do hope that's the case. They work hard for the money, dun, 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 so hard for the money. They work hard for the money, so you better treat them right. Yes, Donna Summers. You knew that was going to trigger the song. Thank you, Big Mom. Let's see. Bunny Buns says, I can't believe I'm saying Bunny Buns, but Bunny Buns. And now back to you, Bunny Buns. Let's go to Bunny Buns. I feel like a news anchor, and I have to throw the story over to correspondent Bunny Buns. Bunny Buns, what do you think? I thought one of the royal couples were supposed to get divorced. What happened to that? I'm not sure, Bunny Buns, but thank you. Could you imagine if I was a news anchor, be like, now let's go to Bunny Buns. Bunny? But yeah, they did say that we should expect an announcement the first of the year. But if it's the couple that everybody was anticipating getting the divorce, they have so much to lose that it is not likely to happen. I don't think it's going to happen because on the heels of the coronation and how unpopular that was, still Camilla is not popular. No matter what anybody says, she's still not popular. Charles should be more popular, and he's just not. Whatever goodwill and charity that people had for the grieving son who waited 70 years to be king, that has all but evaporated. So he's not really getting the sympathy that he would hope for. And all of that goes right back to the fact that he and his emotional support, Camilla, are a couple of adulterers that found themselves being crowned in a house of worship. In the house of the Lord, they were crowned. They took sacred oaths. Well, at least he did. And it made a mockery. There were people who were so bothered by that I still think it leaves a bad taste. So William and Kate, to your point, William and Kate, if they decided that they wanted to part ways, allegedly, the timing could not be worse. The timing could not be worse. Although, thanks to the invisible contract, I mean, they could, what's the old saying, sell ice cream sell ice to Eskimos. Well, the tabloid media have a way of fixing whatever deficits that a person has, including Will and Kate, who are the poster children for deficits. They could fix that. They can fix it, and it'd be as though it never happened. It wouldn't be enough to satisfy everybody, but as long as they can get above that usual number of public support, they're okay with it. They don't care that people are bothered by it. They seem to have a way to explain everything in a way that as they say that people are okay with it. So I don't see how they could possibly lose. We're not going to see the end of the House of Windsor. There may come a point in our lifetimes where the royal family loses some of those privileges. It would actually take a prime minister with some backbone. It would take a prime minister that has a backbone to rid the people of the UK of this privileged gang of misfits. That's the only way, and that's not likely to happen because supporting the royals is good politics, and as long as it's good politics, they're going to keep doing it. And when things go bad, like with Andrew, they can just sit back and say nothing. The easiest thing to do for the prime minister is to sit back and say nothing. Parliament, don't act. Just don't say or do anything. It'll go away eventually. And that's the same thing the royal family does. They just sit back and wait for it to leave the front page and remind people that Harry and Meghan live in a $20 billion house. That's the easiest thing to do. It's very lazy, but it's easy. Thank you for your comment. Let me see. Mamie Ricks, thank you so much. Or is it just Mame? Thank you so much for the super sticker. Greatly appreciate it. And thank you for being here tonight or this morning for whichever. I'm going to say it's this morning for you. Yeah, maybe. But anyway, thank you. Yeah, so much for the head of the church, right? The governor of the Church of England, the supreme governor, that's it. The supreme governor of the Church of England, the head of the church. Mary H says, I believe when Prince Archie and Princess Lilibet, Diana grow up, times will be a lot different than now. The deranged vipers won't be around, and the younger royals may be different. I hope so. I guess the thing that we didn't see coming, the thing that we could not have predicted, is that William would become would crawl into the bed with the media. That was one thing that we could not have possibly have known would happen, which leads me to believe that the media must keep a lot of secrets of William's and Kate's. That he would so willingly crawl into the bed with the same people that drove his mother to her end lets you know. I'm going to tell you, when I didn't just get it, but it actually made me afraid. When William went out there and read that speech on behalf of the tabloid media about the Panorama interview, that it should be locked away forever, and that this interview and Martin Bashir and BBC made my mother's relationship with my father even worse, and it added to her paranoia. William, in that one speech, absolved the tabloid media of any culpability when it came to Princess Diana's death. He totally removed whatever responsibility away from them and put it on Martin Bashir and the BBC. That was the takeaway, which leads me to believe that, okay, we know William didn't write the speech, but someone handed him that speech, which was an attack on the BBC that, of course, William doesn't feel is as loyal to the House of Windsor as it should be. I mean, considering that is a public company, that they're supposed to be loyal to the royal family, although people who pay for that television license expect them to be objectionable whenever possible. But that is not what William wants. It's more convenient for him for the BBC to be in his pocket. And so by condemning the BBC the way he did, and that's what it was a condemnation, and by uplifting the idea, or not actually uplifting, he didn't do that. He didn't really uplift the tabloid media, but he gave them a pass. He did not mention them and have yet to mention anything about the tabloid media and his mother's death. He just won't go there. Why? Because they probably keep his secrets. That's why. That is why he has so little to say about the tabloid media. He doesn't say anything. Whatever it is that he has done in order to suppress that, just like with Charles, in order to change the narrative, the best thing that you can do is play along with us. You scratch my back, I scratch yours, and everybody's happy. And we'll just target your brother or your son. We'll just target him, right? And they're okay with that too. They're okay with it. That's amazing what they're okay with. What they will look the other way. The one thing that Harry said he and William promised each other is that we would never brief against each other in the press. That was the promise that they made to one another, is that we would never brief against each other in the press. And what did William do? He took £1 million and crawled right up into bed with them. Yep, he put out just like a just like a working person, a working girl in New York when when they have Fleet Week in New York, just like one of those career girls expecting the Fleet Week in New York. He just got right in the bed with them. If you know, you know. But shamelessly got right into bed with the media. He accepted their money. And there's something very powerful about accepting people's money. Because politicians accept money, that's the reason why there's no peace in Gaza, because politicians accept their money, right? It's very powerful. When you take somebody's money, they expect something for it, and you are obliged to do as they say. So he accepted the money. He drank the Kool-Aid. When it comes to the House of Windsor and his position in the family, he has drank the Kool-Aid, and he's not going to do anything different. He is the ultimate company man. He's not going to do anything different. Nothing is going to change. He doesn't have enough sense to do anything proper. He'll do as he's told because he knows that he's not smart enough to do it on his own. Anybody who would accept a speech like that painted his mother as paranoid while omitting any responsibility in terms of the tabloid media and just focus in on the BBC. Don't you know the tabloids? Don't you know Rupert Murdoch wants to get rid of the BBC? The tabloids do not like the BBC. They want them gone. Because the BBC, while they are not exactly Sussex friendly, they are, on occasion, just like when they tried to do that report about the two princes, well, because of all the threats that they got from Kensington Palace, because of all the threats, they had to edit Omid Scobie's voice out of certain parts of it because of the threats they received. Could you imagine what those threats were? Well, I tell you what, the fact that that Kate Middleton Christmas thing is on ITV or whatever, the reason why it's there and not the BBC is because they don't trust the BBC. They don't trust the BBC. Will and Kate do not trust the BBC. And Charles used whatever influence he has with the BBC to make sure that whatever documentary was made, that everything was flattering toward the royal family, toward Charles III. That's why people complain. They're just like, wait a minute. What about all that other stuff? Where's the yellow signs? What about all the other stuff? It was a puff piece, a love letter from the BBC to the king. Not proper news coverage, not a proper documentary. Right? And isn't that what they complained about the Harry and Meghan documentary? The big difference is Harry and Meghan are not in bed with the tabloids. They don't get the puff pieces. Everything about them is always layered with hostility and vitriol. But Charles and William, because of their relationship with the tabloid media, it's not because they're good people. It's not because they're doing a good job. They only receive the free pass because they're in bed with them. And God help them, somebody even pulled the sheets back and let Camilla crawl up in the bed. Ugh. And Kate, they're all in the bed with the media. They're all under the covers. They're all fighting for the duvet, if you will, in the same bed. William got his money and didn't want Harry to get a settlement or an apology. And I'm pretty sure when William got his money, he was like, I'll take care of that. He's not going to bother you. Charles, I'll take care of it. We'll make sure. If Harry hadn't met David Shoburn when he was on vacation with Elton John and Furnish, if he hadn't met him, where would that case have gone? Probably nowhere. But because the Sussexes aren't depending on the lawyers from the royal family, because they have their own lawyers, they have been able to do things. But if they had stayed inside of that institution, do you realize everything that has been done to them, there would have been no pushback. They would have had to shut up and just take it. Even if they slowly went insane, they would have only been able to just shut up and take it. But of course, the thing is to run Meghan out of the country. That's really what they were hoping for. Well, she did leave, but she took Harry with her, which is what Jermaine Greer said. What if he leaves with her? If he's lucky, he'll go with her. And he did. That wasn't part of the plan. And that is why there's so much confusion, because it always worked. And this time it didn't. Everything that they've done is what they usually do. But for whatever reason, this time it just didn't work. Okay, so anyway, that was my soapbox moment. Let me get back to my slides and take a look here. Well, one of my favorite people on social media, on the social media site formerly known as Twitter, she says, I would like to present Prince William with his prestigious award from the Legends of Incandescent Rage. No wiki page, but since your fans like to create fake narratives, we figure they can do it for you. Event will be held at Harold's Chicken in Chicago. And there you can see. I wonder what they would name that award. The Herald? Yeah, let's call it the Herald, since it's the Harold Chicken, which is a very famous chicken restaurant in Chicago. We'll call that the Herald. Instead of the Oscar, we'll call it the Herald. So William is the proud recipient of the 2024 Herald Award, which features a ceramic chicken on a lovely incandescently red pedestal. I mean, the pedestal would be red, right? But yeah, he's won the Herald Award. So congratulations to you, William, on your recent victory with the Herald Award. Hip, hip, hooray. Hip, hip, hooray. Hip, hip, hooray. Woo! Anyway, so let's take a little break from all of that craziness and take a look at Nacho. I tell you, Nacho and his wife, I'm so sorry, I forgot her name, but they always create quite a silhouette, don't they? If it, when I think of them, I think of a romance novel. Right from the cover of a Harlequin romance, there is Nacho Figueras and oh gosh, I forgot her name. But yeah, isn't it beautiful? Wait, if you like that, check this out. Check this out. Huh? 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 Right? Right? Yeah, beautiful. I tell you, they are a very well suited couple. They really complement each other. Okay. The Crouching Chicken Award. The Crouching Chicken Award. Now, this is another one of those things that I just kind of came across today. Love it though. Head of Communication Office, Dusseldorf, Head of Communication, well, the acting head of communication. We are overwhelmed and a little bit proud. And by the way, this is translated from German. The Duke and Duchess of Sussex have released this year's Christmas card. Instead of a lavishly produced photo, they used one of themselves at the closing ceremony of the Invictus Games Dusseldorf in 2023. In the Merkerspiel Arena in Dusseldorf, Harry and Meghan show that the games were obviously their personal highlight this year. We agree with that. Mayor Dr. Stephen Keller recently described the Invictus Games as the most outstanding event of the year in his annual review. The Christmas card and the corresponding reporting put the state capital of Dusseldorf once again in the international spotlight. We are more than happy. By the way, the games were extremely successful. Harry also noted Dusseldorf, you raised the bar. 140,000 spectators in the arena, 800 journalists, 21 TV stations, reach more than 431 million households in 67 countries worldwide. Harry Christmas. That's cute. Harry Christmas. Yeah, so that seemed to be very touching for the people of Dusseldorf that the Sussexes chose this for their Christmas card. And at the top, you can see the little town square. And in the back, that clock tower, that is the city hall. Yeah, I guess you call it the city hall. But yeah, that is where they signed that book. So very cool. Well, I'm glad they appreciate it. And what a nice surprise. I mean, for the people of Dusseldorf, for the town officials and everything. You can tell that the Invictus Games was one of the biggest things that have happened in Dusseldorf in who knows how long. And they are still like reeling from the event. So I'm glad for them. I'm so glad for the way that they made the Sussexes welcome and that this game changed the lives of all of the athletes, including and in particular the German athletes who, before the Invictus Games, one of the things that I'm sure most people weren't aware of is that there really wasn't much of a veteran community in Germany. Of course, with the stigma of the Second World War, that does make sense, but just the same, there's a community of sick, injured, and wounded people that are in need of community, and they need to be accepted by the greater public. And that was something that they didn't have much of. So, reading about that around the time of the games, I was really surprised. I'm just like, wow, you just take it for granted. Well, at least as an American, I take it for granted that there's all this support for veterans because, I mean, why wouldn't there be? But I guess just like any other country, veterans here in the US weren't always so appreciated. So there's no wonder that that would happen in another country, and especially with Germany having their history that wasn't so long ago. You could imagine that there's a lot of reasons why people may have felt a certain way. But the Invictus Games definitely has gone a long way to break a lot of those barriers and to bring people together. So much so that they are going to have an Invictus community from here on out. They're going to do something every year, regardless of what the Invictus Games are doing. They're going to have their own little component of it in Germany, not to compete with what Harry's doing, but just as a way to show gratitude and also as a way to rally support for the veteran community in Germany. So, I mean, I get goosebumps when I think about that, but it is a beautiful thing. So, this is why Harry is one of the legends of aviation. It's not just because of his service in the military, it's because of everything that he's done since he left the military. And for those, the tabloid media people that don't get that, it's deliberate. It's deliberate. They want to stir up controversy, and they want to clickbait and everything. So they're just pretending to be outraged about things that they don't understand. The truth is, they have a full understanding, but they're not going to share that with anybody. So this was fun. I really, really, Taraji P. Hinton has talents that a lot of you all know nothing about. And I learned about one of her talents today. It was like one of the best things I've seen in a while.
What did I say when I first met you? Oh, she said, ain't no.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Forgot. Don't have my speaker on, but here goes. Now listen carefully. Listen carefully.
What did I say when I first met you? Oh, she said, it don't matter about no boys. You said, you are our walking, living life. You really sound like that.
Okay, so let me tell you what happened, and then I'll play it again, and maybe you can hear it better. Okay, so Fantasia say, well, what did I say when I first met you? And Taraji does this amazing imitation of Fantasia. Even with Fantasia sitting right there, she sounds just like her. And Fantasia, in case you couldn't hear, she said, oh, it don't matter about no award. You are a living, breathing Oscar, or something like that, she said. So I'll play it again.
What did I say when I first met you? Oh, she said, it don't matter about no awards. You said, you are our walking, living life. You really sound like that. I mean, there's a reason she's the walking Oscar. If she could do you, she can do anybody. She got me down bad, yes. But I wanted to say, y'all not right. I wanted to say.
So yes, at the end, that was actually Fantasia talking. Taraji sounds just like her. Fantasia says, so I wanted to say. But yeah, that was hilarious. It's amazing because Taraji sounds just like her. If she was to use Fantasia's voice, like say for her voice message or on her answering, whatever recording, I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know. I would think I was talking to Fantasia. So that is very cool. Your top issues of 2023 nonfiction, and of course, at the very top of the pyramid of the Hertfordshire Library is Spare. Of course, it is. Next, we reached 1 million digital checkouts in 2023 through Overdrive and Libby. Here is what was most popular, most checked out ebook verified by Colleen Hoover, most checked out audio, Spare by Prince Harry. So the audio version of Spare was the most checked out at the Tulsa library. And now to Charles. Inside story of the late Queen's final farewell, how Her Majesty wouldn't have been aware of anything when she painlessly slipped away. Well, that's what they say, but how could you know, right? As contents of never before seen memo of her last moments are revealed. So apparently, Charles was summoned, and then eventually he went foraging for mushrooms. And I thought foraging for mushrooms meant that he was just outside the house. No, it was a drive, and I do believe he drove back to Burke Hall or whatever. But when the Queen finally died, they actually called him and told him that Your Majesty, so-and-so, so-and-so. So that's when he knew that his mother was dead. And then and they told him if he could pull over to the side of the road. They told him, and then he continued to drive to the house. So what am I saying? Same thing I've been saying. He wasn't there. Despite how frail his mother was toward the end, despite the fact that Princess Anne made it a point to stay by her mother's side, Charles went foraging for mushrooms. I just don't get that. That's his mama, not my mama. And so I would have wanted to be there. Charles went foraging for mushrooms. I cannot make sense out of that. Anne and Angela Kelly alternated between sitting with the Queen. So the Princess Anne stayed and Angela Kelly stayed. That's what the book says, is that they alternated. Charles was foraging for mushrooms. And then, of course, this book attempts to rewrite the history of telling Harry about the Queen's death. According to this book, Charles tried to call Harry, but the calls didn't go through because Harry was already airborne. So this is the first that we've heard that. This is the first that we've heard that. And by the way, what's that guy, Ed, whatever his name is, that mean guy, one of the people that Harry spoke about, he took notes toward the end. So this is supposed to be based upon the notes that he took leading up to the Queen's death. And at that point, the red box, which was near her deathbed, was removed and given to Charles, right? They said the Queen worked all the way up to the end. Again, that's what they say. I don't know what part of this doesn't jive with Spare. I would have to go through that section of the book again just to, figure out what's real and imagined. But because I trust what Harry says, this other stuff, this revisionist history, I'm not sure what to make of it, except It is designed to make Charles look good, to put him in the best light, the dutiful son that went foraging for mushrooms while his mother was dying. And of course, who wrote this article? Rebecca English. Rebecca has been a champion of that institution for a long time, and you wouldn't expect anything different from her. And isn't it ironic that Rebecca English wrote the article calling Harry Top Gun? And you know, from the images that I have seen of Rebecca English and Prince Harry, it seemed like she couldn't get close enough to him. She couldn't get close enough to him. And I think that for a lot of those royal reporters, the idea that he did not marry the English Rose and he chose this American actress of mixed race, maybe that's the reason why they're so hostile. Either that, or they're doing what they're told. They have their marching orders and they're going to do what they're told. It's what they've always done. And that means that you're for this person today and you're against that person tomorrow. But it also reminds us exactly what Princess Diana was up against. If we don't know by now what Princess Diana was up against, the isolation that she suffered in that institution with people plotting against her on a daily basis, whether it was a royal protection officer or anybody else on staff, maybe even other family members. Makes me wonder if they didn't get to one of her sons while she was still alive. Really makes me wonder. Because it seems to be so easy for one of her children to forget exactly who the bad guy is. That's the bad guy on the screen. That's the bad guy. They attempted to address it in The Crown by making it seem like William was angry at his father, but then eventually everybody came around and it was like a big happy ending and everything is understood and the Queen put everything right before she died. As if nothing is right. And this whole thing about William is angry at Charles, I find it hard to believe. I really do. I wanted to believe it, but I just don't. I think that William understands that he just needs only buy his time, and then it'll be his turn. I'm sure that he and Charles rarely speak to each other, but I think it's all one big happy family where that's concerned because they have established a common enemy. And that's, like I said, hate brings people together. They have established a common enemy. They can blame everything on Meghan and blame everything on Harry because of Meghan. And that gives them a way out. Because see, as long as two parties or two people have a common enemy, as long as they can make someone else out to be the bad guy, then they tend to get along better with each other. They don't have to use that hostility on each other. They could always throw it at the one that's not available or the one that's not around, which of course is Harry. He's 5,000 miles away. So Harry is their way out. Harry is the reason why they don't go after each other. That keeps them from going after each other. I really do believe that. I don't think that there's much hostility there. William rarely speaks to his father, rarely spends any time with his father. And then every time Charles does something big, like the coronation, what did William do? When I become king, I'm going to do everything differently. I'm not going to have some old stuffy coronation. That's pretty much what he said. So he's not against his father. He's just not for him either. He's for himself. He's just buying his time. He's too close to the finish line to be preoccupied with what Charles is doing. He's got $1 billion fortune and he's the inevitable king. So he doesn't he may as well be king now. He's untouchable. Nothing bad is going to happen to him. The tabloid media is taking care of him, and anybody else. The palace, they threaten people to get their way. So all he has to do is just buy his time. He don't even have to work if he doesn't want to. He barely does anything now. It is an embarrassment of riches. It really is. He doesn't have to do anything. He doesn't even have to try hard at this point. His ego, of course, gets to him because he hates for Harry to look better than him, but he'll get used to it. He'll get used to it. Princess Meghan and Regina Hall wearing Carolina Herrera. Now, that's a different way to wear it with the coat. I like that. It's kind of like the boyfriend or husband sharing his coat, but it just happens to match your dress. I like that look. Looks very smart. I love it. Robert Jobson, the Tyndall's show, Harry and Meghan, how it's done, as Zara and Mike are predicted to become top royal earners. They have made their lives a huge success without spilling family secrets or attacking the royal family. That is how the article starts off. And look at how it ends. And unlike the Sussexes, they've achieved it without disclosing family secrets or attacking the monarchy. The thing is, most of the wealth that the Sussexes have, as far as I know, they got that before they gave an interview to Oprah. They got that before they made their documentary or before Harry wrote the book. That's when they got the money. Most of what they have, they got that before they said a single word, before they gave an interview or anything. So that is bogus. But Robert Jobson, like I said, good night, Elaine Parker. Like I said, the tabloid media has been called up. Just like you call up the troops when there's a time of war, they have been activated. They have been conscripted so that they could go after Harry and this award. So Robert Jobson did an interview where he sat with that, oh gosh, I forget that lady's name, but you'll see her in a minute. And of course, they tried to pretend like they didn't know what the Living Legend Award was. Instead, they were puzzled. They really questioned the validity of it. How can Harry go and accept it? It'd be like me asking Robert Jobson, why do you keep stumbling into that McDonald's? You're already morbidly obese. You already got the highest setting on your CPAP. Why do you keep going into that McDonald's? Well, I like their chicken nuggets. Yeah, but Robert Jobson, aren't you worried about your health? Well, I know I'm sweating a lot. So if nobody is telling Robert Jobson to stay out of McDonald's, if that is Robert Jobson, it certainly looks like him. Who is he to try to convince Harry not to accept that award? The Sussexes have done all of these huge things that are not restricted to the island. Like, for instance, To Me You Can't See. That was global. Archetypes, global. Live to Lead, global. Bench, Spare, New York Times best-selling list, meaning global. Elephants, Disney, global. All of these things have a global outreach. The Harry and Meghan docuseries, The Heart of Invictus. As you know, it was shared on the world's largest streaming service, which of course is Netflix. As a matter of fact, so popular was the Harry and Meghan documentary that it broke Netflix. They had lost the signal for it or whatever. It messed up the Netflix. It crashed it. That's how popular it was. So this idea of Robert Jobson that the only way that they do things is if they talk about the family, which, by the way, a family that have briefed against them, that have lied about them. Harry said, we waited a full year and didn't respond to anything. It had been exactly 12 months from the day they left the UK, and they hadn't said anything about the royal family. And what did they get in return? As a matter of fact, the reason that they were hit with so much hardship on the way out the door is because, wait for it, the reason why they had so much hardship on the way out of the door is because, where is it? That is because of this. Because the calls were coming from inside the house. Because of Byline Investigate, we all know that there was a leak from Kensington Palace, which emboldened Dan Wooten to give them 10 days to tell it, or he'll do it for them. So they were, I guess for lack of a better word, they were threatened with exposure by Dan Wooten because a very reliable source said Harry and Meghan are leaving. And before they could shape the message that they wanted to share with the public, not only did Dan Wooten threaten them where they hadn't even finished the rough draft. They had to hurry up and say, yep, we're leaving. And then what did that do? That gave the press a chance to accuse the Sussexes. They didn't even tell the Queen. The Queen was blindsided, which was a lie. So Harry, who loved his grandmother endlessly, had to endure the nightmare of being portrayed by the tabloid media as someone who, I guess, emotionally punched her in the gut, who blindsided her. That was the headlines. And why did that happen? Because of a leak and a brief. So the leaking and briefing only stopped when the Sussexes left. But up until that point, there was, well, actually, it didn't stop because for that whole year before the Oprah, there was leaking and briefing. And then, of course, if that's not enough, the lie about Meghan being a bully. Robert Jobson knows that that's a lie. He knows it's a lie. But because of his position, because he carries the water along with everything else he carries, thighs, stomach, back, shoulders, butt, along with everything else he carries, he knows that that is a lie. But he pretends otherwise because that's his job. And so today he was sent out. Now, Robert Jobson has really been dealt a blow by the Sussex squad. The Sussex squad managed to discover that he has an alleged burner account, just like a few of the other royal reporters. And that burner account gives them access to the derangers, which help them perpetuate made-up stories, which helps them perpetuate lies and innuendos. That is what those connections with the derangers are for. That gives them a chance to say the worst and to do the worst without anybody being wiser about it, because after all, the account is not in their name. But sometimes they make the mistake and reply with their burner account when they meant to reply with their regular account, and vice versa. So some of the royal reporters, not only do they change the name, They even changed the gender that they used for the account. So there was really two Robert Jobsons, and I'm not just talking about his weight. There were two Robert there were two Robert Jobsons. There was one who tried to pretend to be a good reporter, and then the other one who obviously, allegedly, maintained relations with the derangers. There were two Robert Jobsons. Yes, and no neck. Thank you, Quinny, and no neck. Appreciate that. Two Robert Jobsons and no neck. You'd have to send out for a neck, and still you might not get one. You couldn't even borrow one. There's not room for it. So yeah, they have all been mechanized. They have all they have been weaponized to go after Harry for this award. There's something about this award that just triggers them. I don't know why this particular award, but it's something. It's something to it.
Writing the book about when they try to force that Fab Four thing on us during the Queen's death, you know, that sort of fake walkabout when they're supposed to be together, that Kate said to another member of the royal family that it was one of the hardest things she ever had to do. Now, then immediately on Twitter you get all those Sussex troll idiots saying, well, you need to get out more if that's the hardest thing she ever done. You know, but, you know, the point of it is that it was a very difficult.
I would say to Meghan Markle, look, sit down with me, with your husband, for an equally long interview to the one you gave Oprah Winfrey. And let me ask you more difficult questions about all your claims. But let me ask you a wider question, which is this. If you hate the royal family that much, why do you keep your royal titles?
Well, there you go. Jobbo, what do you reckon? What are the chances of Harry and Meghan actually doing an interview with Piers?
I would say zero. I mean, he's been telling a few porkies too. I mean, he keeps having to go at Meghan and Harry saying they've been telling a few whoppers, which they probably did in that Opera interview. But he was saying he's had messages from the royal family thanking him for standing up to Meghan and Harry. I hope that was tongue in cheek, because I'm pretty sure that he hasn't had messages from the royal family. Look, I think he should probably leave this now. I know that his job's gone on the back of it. I think it's time for him to move on, and I think most people would probably prefer him to go and get another job and let the Harry and Meghan question go.
So, Jobbo, over there, what do people think of him and this response?
Piers is fairly popular, and a lot of people were upset that he lost he gave up his role on the morning television slot. But, you know, he's not down to his last few quid. I'm sure he'll rise again. I worked with Piers 30 years ago on the Sun newspaper. He'll always turn the story to be about him. And I think that's what he's trying to do at the moment.
Well, it's worked.
He's doing it well.
We're talking about him. Okay.
Exactly.
So, as per usual, Robert Jobson panted and grunted and gasped his way through one interview after the other. And of course, I always get the idea, because Robert Jobson really sounds like, always sounds winded. He sounds winded like the fat person that ran to try to get to the bathroom before they crapped on themselves. Just like here, where he did this Zoom interview, it looks like he's sitting in the loo at Heathrow. It's like he's in one of the public restrooms at Heathrow, the water closet, if you will, dropping some deuces. He always looks like that. He sounds like someone who ran up 3 flights of stairs and found the bathroom and went in there and plopped down. Well, I just think that Harry and Meghan, that's what he sounds like. He sounds like some fat person who ran up a flight of stairs to try to find the nearest restroom and plopped on the toilet, sweating and panting for dear life, dropping some deuces, and trying to make a Zoom call at the same time. That is the Robert Jobson I know. Or as that one kid would say, disgusting. So, you guys, I don't have the courage to play this soundbite, but it was awful. It was just awful. They and I'm not gonna play it. I started to, which is why I took these screenshots, but I'm not gonna play it. But I'll just describe it to you. They and of course the black lady, y'all seen her before. She said she doesn't know what the criteria for the award is. You're a reporter. If you didn't read the same thing that I read, give me that job. And as for Robert Jobson, of course, he pretended like he didn't know better, why Harry should get the award, and if he's just like any other pilot. And both of them said pretty much the same thing. They couldn't understand it. This doesn't look good for Harry. If I was him, I would just turn it down. It's not fair to the other soldiers. Well, the other soldiers did not create the Invictus Games, and neither has the other members of the royal family ever done as much for veterans. The other soldiers haven't done as much where let me put it like this. Neither the soldiers or anybody else in that family has done as much for HIV/AIDS as Harry has with his Sentabale. And let us just think about how many times the Queen sent Harry to do things that needed to be done properly, that would appeal to young people, that it would be a waste of time to try to get William and Kate to do it because, they're not really fit for purpose. They're not suited for purpose, as evident by their Caribbean tour, where they nearly lost half the Caribbean, the Commonwealth rather. And then, of course, Charles, who doesn't seem to be as interested in the Commonwealth. So Harry has done a lot for that institution. He did a lot for the Queen, and he has done so much as a philanthropist and a humanitarian, more so than anybody else in his generation in that family. And it's hard to overlook Charles and his Prince's Trust, so I'm not going to totally eliminate Charles. One bag of money at a time. Charles has done some things himself. He has dealt with some pretty crooked people. And I ain't just talking about when it comes to money, but he's dealt with some really crooked people, such as Jimmy, right? His friend Jimmy, his friend Michael, if you know, you know, and his friend Louis. He's dealt with some pretty crooked people. And all of them have been accused of some pretty heinous acts, all of them, including Michael, by one of the people that used to work for the family. And I'm not talking about the woman that he used the N-word. I'm talking about the man who said that he was disrespected. I'll just leave it at that. The man that said he was grossly disrespected and that everybody knew about it and nobody did anything about it. This is the same family that tolerated Backstairs Billy. And believe me, if Backstairs Billy was happening now, that would be a scandal worse than the Duke of York. That would be a scandal worse than the Duke of York. And if you don't know who Backstairs Billy is, you got to look it up. Because what a good reporter could do with Backstairs Billy's story, or any of the other people I mentioned, those are the people that Charles has associated himself with. So again, I'm going to say that Harry has been the most effective member of the royal family in my lifetime, even over the Queen, because the Queen didn't have to take the risk of taking a position. The Queen could just hide behind her aloofness as the Queen, as her non-political thing, I don't know that the Queen changed the fortunes of anybody's life. I'm going to just say Charles, with his Prince's Trust, did something. But in terms of the hard work, the decision making, the creativity, not giving those boring speeches like Charles, Harry has done the most. Lisette Zog, I hope I'm saying that right. The word legend is triggering to them. Harry is living legend. Yes. You know, that's what it is. It's the word legend. Thank you so much for that. Because I have been trying to work this out. Why are they so triggered? It's the title itself. It's the title itself, not the award, not the being inducted into that group or anything like that. It is the word. It comes down to the word legend. That makes so much sense. Thank you so much for that. It comes down to the word legend. The word legend is the real trigger. Legendary, legend. That is what triggers them. And also, let me remind everyone, there were plenty polls out there. Not that Harry was second to Queen Elizabeth. Harry actually polled above the Queen and everybody else in the family. There was a period when Harry was above the Queen. Even with the mistakes that he made in the past, even with the negative press that he had in the past, Harry polled above the Queen, sometimes below and sometimes above the Queen. And in terms, and you know, this is kind of going off the track, but the Queen was not as popular as they would have you believe. There were many times when they took polls around the world, the most admired woman in the world. And there were several times Oprah, Hillary Clinton, Michelle Obama, and I'm trying to think who else, Angelina Jolie, a few other people, Mother Teresa. There were plenty times when those were the names at the top of the list, and the Queen was like in 5th place. So the Queen was never more popular than when she died. And that's the truth. I'm not trying to be funny, but the Queen was never more popular than the day she died. That was when people noticed her more than any other time in her life, was when she died. Like right here, most admired woman, YouGov poll, YouGov, Michelle Obama, Oprah Winfrey, Angelina Jolie, Queen Elizabeth, and Emma Watts. Now, it's YouGov, right? This obviously is the most admired woman in the world. Don't know what year this was, but I'm looking at the screenshot that I saved right here. I'm looking at the screenshot. It was not Queen Elizabeth. She wasn't number one. She was in the top 5. She didn't make it up to the top until she died. Bless her heart. Lydia Avicus, thank you so much for the super sticker. Lord knows I didn't expect to go over 2 hours today, but yet here we are. Please make sure you guys hit the like button. I need that engagement. Please hit the like button. For whatever reason, the views are down on Royal Sussex for the past few days. And so the only way to change that is to get more likes. So for those of you who cannot do a membership and have not been able to donate or can't donate, the way that everybody can support the channel and it doesn't cost you anything is to hit that like button. And for you hate watchers, hit the thumbs down. Hit the thumbs down. I can take it. At least they'll know you're there. Sharon Middleton says Jobson wrote a book called Harry War, highlighting Harry's flying in the war. I did not know that. I did not know that, because Jobson has wrote several books that nobody has ever heard of. And that one I've never heard of. Thank you so much, Sharon Middleton. I am going to see how I can exploit that book to share some of the things that Jobson has said. I'm sure it was quite glowing. But thank you. And look at there. There they are. Look at the look on their faces. Instead of celebrating this for Harry, they're sitting up there with that something stank look on their face. They're both sitting there looking like, you stink. No, you stink. No, you stink. No, you stink. That's not me. You stink. They're both sitting up there with that something stank look on their face. Why? Why not celebrate this? When it was Harry on behalf of the Queen and the royal family, everybody was so jovial and happy. The way that Harry put a positive light on the royal family. And as soon as the Queen died, colonizer, what? Colonizer who? The royal family. They're a bunch of colonizers. After the Queen died, that's what people have been calling them, colonizer. Now, to be fair, there were some people who said it before, but yeah, there's a lot of people who have seen them as nothing but the colonizers and white supremacists. But colonizers, the whole lot of them, colonizers. Head of the church, supreme commander of the armed forces, colonizer. Oh, Nana's sister. Nana's sister. Both of them have wigs that fell off the back of the same truck. Both of them got them wigs that fell off the back of the same truck. Well, if that's Nana's sister, meet Nana's auntie. That's Nana's auntie from the other side of the family, obviously. But yeah, poor Robert Jobson. Notice that neither one of them crossed their legs. You know, if they crossed their legs, that whole coffee table would fly through the window. That coffee table would end up out in the hallway if they both tried to cross their legs. Yeah, if they tried to cross their legs, that would, I think in some places they would call that an act of terror, them crossing their legs. That's bad when crossing your legs is the equivalent of an act of terror. I mean, they are just so unhappy. They're so unhappy. But yeah, I gave you the gist of it. There's no need to play the sound. They both are pretending to not know better. They both are trying to convince Harry to not go. They're trying to say that there's Buzz Aldrin and so and so, so and so. If you look at the entire list of people, there are people that are in some cases just adjacent to the community. They have never flown themselves. But that's not the point. That is not the point. The point is to perpetuate hostility against Harry and Meghan. That's the point of it, is to perpetuate hostility against them. Nothing else. It doesn't serve any other purpose. Make the uplift and make the royal family look good. Make those misfits look better. That's the whole point of it. Let me see. Oh, never saw that one before. Prince Harry, living legend. He sure is. I am trying to find their website. I'm trying to find the Living Legend website. Give me just a second, you guys. Living Legend of Aviation. Oh, they even wrote about it in the New York Magazine. Okay. So I'm looking at their website right now. The living legends of aviation are remarkable people of extraordinary accomplishment in aviation, including entrepreneurs, innovators, industry leaders, astronauts, record breakers, pilots who have become celebrities, and celebrities who have become pilots. Pilots who have become celebrities, and celebrities who have become pilots. The legends meet yearly to recognize and honor individuals that have made significant contributions in aviation. We remember the legends that have flown west. This is obviously people who have, it is immemorial. Bruce McCaw and who else? Oh, that's the only one they have here. Okay. Kitty Hawk. That's what I'm looking for. Kitty Hawk. Kitty Hawk Air Academy. The Kitty Hawk Air Academy is a nonprofit 501 organization dedicated to educating and sparking children's interest in aviation. And it is the mission of Kitty Hawk Academy to give children the spark they need to create the next generation of aviators and aviation legends, while teaching them the importance of the academic excellence to reach their aviation dreams. So that's what I was trying to say earlier, is that there is part of the organization that is trying to cultivate the next generation of pilots. And so Kitty Hawk, of course, is a reference to where the Wright brothers first flew their, aircraft. Was in Kitty Hawk, what was it, Tennessee or wherever? But this is Kitty, as in children, Kitty Hawk. So KIDDIEHAWK, Kitty Hawk Air Academy. So that is something that the living legends support, is that not-for-profit. So it is not just about the adults getting together and dressing in their, finest clothes. And it's not just vanity. It is about education, educating the next generation of pilots and enthusiasts. Elizabeth Ibezim, is that Ibezim? Says, Prince Harry is the real world legend, the only great Commonwealth unifier. I will be happier if Harry will shame his haters by taking his wife and children to receive this honor on the 19th. Well, for sure the kids won't be there, but I'm hoping that Meghan will be there. And again, we don't know if they were ever planning to go. We can only hope. But it's going to be at a hotel in Beverly Hills, or is it the Beverly Hills Hotel? But anyway, it should be a great occasion, and I'm looking forward to it. But woo, they are just salty, ain't they? I mean, salty. They are so salty. And here you have Harry, who have worked so hard in the service of that family. And yet, and I love Omen Scobie's, thank you, Elizabeth. When you played the Royal Media game versus when you stopped. So when you played a game, one of the best young pilots the country has ever seen, Top Gun, Prince Harry, amazes U.S. instructors with his flying skill. Rebecca English, of course. Now, contrast that to 2024. That was 2011. This is 2024. It's a joke. Outrage as Prince Harry is to be named a legend of aviation alongside moon heroes Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin at glitzy Beverly Hills ceremony after flying a helicopter in Afghanistan. So they reduced everything that Harry has done in his young life to, oh, he just flew a helicopter in Afghanistan. Really? Is that what we're doing? Is that really what we're doing? You're going to try to limit everything that Harry has done to he has flown a helicopter in Afghanistan. Let's ignore all of this. And yes, Harry is a celebrity. He is a celebrity. That word is offensive to some people. I don't care. Everybody has celebrity. Everybody has a brand. The royal family, they're celebrities. Former politicians are celebrities. Some politicians are celebrities. If you're famous, you have fans. And where you have fans, you have celebrity. And Harry is a celebrity. Like it or not. He is not limited to being called a celebrity. You have all of this. His Royal Highness Prince Henry Charles Albert David of Wales, the Duke of Sussex, fifth in line of succession to the British throne, founder of Archwell Foundation, Invictus Games, Endeavour Fund, Centre Ballet, Travelers, Living Legends of Aviation. By the way, that's a done deal. Soldier, philanthropist, global statesman, humanitarian, New York Times bestselling author, executive producer. One of my favorite titles for him, executive producer. By the way, Harry's an executive producer. Did I tell you he's an executive producer? He is. What else? Award winner, CEO of Better Up, honorary fellow of the University of the West Indies, honorary Canadian Ranger, patron of Well Child, president of African Parks, Prince Archie's and Princess Lilibeth's papa, Princess Meghan's husband, Princess Diana's heir, and of course, missing Queen Doria's son-in-law. And so much more that we are so proud of you, Prince Harry. All of the recognition that Harry has received, right? As much as he's done for the military community, for the veterans, for their families, and a group in America wants to give him an award, induct him into the Legends of Aviation, which, by the way, he was a darn good pilot. And Robert Jobson, I almost forgot about that. Robert CPAP Jobson had the caucasity to say, well, I think he just sat in the back of the helicopter. Harry was trained to pilot. He is a certified pilot of that 46 million pound Apache helicopter. He started off in the back seat, but then he moved to the front seat with the, what was it they said? 200 hours, 3 months of training, whatever it was. He moved to the front seat. Harry is an Apache helicopter pilot. It has very similar avionics to some of the most complicated flying machines. And he was one of the best of the best. And yet, Robert Jobson said from his own chicken McNugget smelling mouth that Harry just sat in the back. As though Harry just sat in the back, like he was just riding along. Not true. Harry is an Apache helicopter pilot. Period. I hate to do this, but I think I'm going to do it anyway. 3 minutes, 29 seconds. 3 minutes, 29 seconds. Oh no, it's actually 6 minutes. Here goes. One of the best young pilots the country has ever seen, Top Gun Prince Harry amazes U.S. instructors with his flying skills. Harry has surpassed all expectations, including his own, on rigorous course, the prince hoping to return to Afghanistan next year, learning to fly the 46 million pound gunship at Californian Air Base where the hit film Top Gun was filmed. Prince Harry has amazed helicopter instructors with his flying skills on his Apache training course in America. The 27-year-old is on the intensive 2-month program which will pave the way for him to return to Afghanistan. The rigorous course is reserved for the British Army's Air Corps' top flying talent, and Harry has surpassed all expectations, including his own, senior sources told the Mail. It is true to say that he is doing very, very well, although Harry would never claim to be the best the military has ever seen. That's just not his style, they said. But the fact that he is even training as an Apache pilot is testament to his skills, as they only skim off the best. He is working very hard out in the U.S. and is proving to be a real natural. It's all rather unexpected and slightly serendipitous, as the only reason Harry chose to train as a helicopter pilot was because his chances of being deployed on the front line had hit a wall with the Army. Fortunately, he has found a career he absolutely loves and excels at. He is the most relaxed and happy in his professional life than anyone has ever seen him. It's great to see. He certainly isn't getting any special treatment in California. It's not the way he wants it. And he is absolutely loving being in the States. The course is testing his full range of flying skills, everything he has learned so far. Another source added, Prince Harry has matured immensely in recent years. His career means everything to him. The prince is learning to fly the 46 million pound Apache helicopter alongside 19 other servicemen at the Naval Air Facility in El Centro, California, where the hit film Top Gun was filmed. The course focuses on honing aviation environmental skills and live firing, and includes techniques such as ground skimming and night flying. Lieutenant Colonel Peter Bullen, the exercise director, promised that Harry would be treated in the same way as any other Army captain when he flew out to the U.S. 10 days ago. The training is carried out in California because the hot and dusty conditions are similar to Afghanistan. Harry will move to Gila Bend in rural Arizona in the coming weeks to practice firing missiles and rockets. Assuming he passes the course, the Royal will be one of a select number of pilots to have expertise in the 2-person helicopters, of which Britain has a fleet of 67. He will be categorized as limited combat ready and will have at least 4 months of further training before he is available to return to the field as an Apache pilot. It has long been known the prince is keen to return to combat after his first deployment in 2007 was cut short after 10 weeks, much to his disappointment because of security fears. If he is deployed next year, his main tasks will be to provide air cover for ground troops and to seek and destroy Taliban positions. The Apaches are vital tools in the fight against the Taliban, specifically designed to destroy tanks and can operate in all weathers, day or night. They can detect, classify, and prioritize up to 256 potential targets in a matter of seconds. The aircraft carry a mix of weapons including rockets, Hellfire missiles, and a 30mm chain gun. It may seem hard to believe, but this article was written in October of 2011 by Rebecca English of the Daily Mail. Yes, that Rebecca English. His Royal Highness Prince Henry Charles Albert David of Wales, the Duke of Sussex, fifth in the line of succession to the British throne, founder of Archewell Foundation, Invictus Games, Endeavour Fund, Tabloid, Travelers, living legend of aviation, soldier, philanthropist, global statesman, humanitarian, New York Times, best-selling author, executive producer, award winner, CEO of Better Up, honorary fellow of the University of the West Indies, honorary Canadian Ranger, patron of Wellchild, president of African Parks, Prince Archie's, and Princess Lilibet's Papa, Princess Meghan's husband, Princess Diana's heir, and so much more. We are so proud of you, Prince Harry. Prince Harry resides in California with his wife Meghan and their two children, Prince Archie and Princess Lilibet. That's right, and Scotty's Little Soldiers, thank you. Well, they said so many. But yeah, that's one that I forget about all the time too. But yeah, so that is all the stuff that they ignored, those two bumps on the log, those very unhappy looking people. And they weren't the only one. The lady that interviewed them, that one right there, she was just as awful. The tone that she had was just so volatile. She was just as bad as they were. Asked stupid questions to them. They gave stupid answers or ignorant answers as if they didn't know better. So the whole thing was really put together so that the hate watchers and, well, not hate watchers, but you know what I mean, the royalists and monarchists that watch and everybody that seems to have an end for Harry and Meghan, they would have gotten exactly what they came for, and that is downplaying Harry's very successful, hardworking life, while at the same time avoiding mentioning the Duke of York. Of course, they're not going to talk about him, and probably a bunch of other stuff that should be the topic of discussion, but is not because it doesn't draw any interest. It's all about Harry and Meghan. Good or bad, it's got to be about Harry and Meghan. And of course, Robert Jobson's account is closed. He closed his account once he was discovered by the dreaded the Sussex squad. Once the Sussex squad got on him, he just closed the account. He had to close his account because he was caught out. And I mean to tell you, they were on him. They were on him. And needless to say, rather than to stay and fight his corner, he just closed the account. That happened because of that thing he said about dangling Archie from the balcony. He couldn't take it. That was a very low point for him. So check it out. Princess Eugenie's son, August, looks just like Prince Harry in adorable new holiday pictures. Well, I can't disagree with that. I cannot disagree with it. I mean, take a look. He does look just like Harry. I mean to tell you, a chip off the old Harry. Now, of course, given the shape of his head, I definitely can see his mama and his grandfather. and hopefully he won't inherit that family trait. I don't think he will, because he doesn't take after his grandmother. Actually, that part of it, he doesn't take after his father. He takes after his mother. Well, I don't know, because I could still see Andrew. Whenever I look at her, I see Andrew. And of course, if I can see Andrew, Andrew can see me. Jeepers creepers, where'd you get those peepers? Jeepers creepers, where'd you get those eyes? By the way, did you guys figure out who I was talking to? I'm sorry, not who I was talking to, but who I was speaking of the other day. Remember I told you I just happened to hear another content creator sing that song, and I was like, oh, they watch Royal Sussex. I heard another content creator singing Jeepers Creepers. Thank you, Catherine. Thank you very much. Thank you for being here. Paulette Clogg, good night. Thank you so much for joining us. Oh, and then there's this. I didn't know that this was coming, but you all remember Michael Curry, right? The Archbishop Michael Curry. A Case for Love is a heartfelt yet personally challenging movie inspired by the teachings and writings of Bishop Michael Curry, most well known for his passionate sermon about the power of love at the royal wedding of Prince Harry and Meghan Markle. The documentary examines whether or not love, specifically unselfish love, is the solution to the extreme societal and political divide facing the United States. In the documentary, the film team travels across the United States, interviewing everyday people from various walks of life and ethnicities, striving to live their lives selflessly. Stories include racial justice, military, foster care, that other word, love and loss, and others as well-known figures, Russell Moore, John Danforth, John Claiborne, Kelly Brown Douglas, and John Meacham. Oh yeah, how did I miss? Pete Buttigieg and Al Roker, Sam Waterston, and Becca Stevens. I missed that whole sentence. Weigh in on the issue. Ultimately, Bishop Michael Curry puts what we've seen into context. The viewer is challenged to make their own verdict. Come watch and decide. So, yeah, that is going to feature Bishop Michael Curry. Oh, Minxie Martin, thank you so much for being here. And thank you for being a member of Royal Sussex. Good night, Carol Lund. Wow, I tell you, I'm putting people to sleep today, ain't I? I didn't know it was going to go 3 hours. So anyway, there's Bishop Curry. That's the one that the royal family was making fun of during his sermon. You know, Zara the tongue ring Tyndall, Kate Middleton, and a couple of others. They were all sitting there pulling faces and stuff while Michael Curry was giving his sermon. They, couldn't stand the fact that they had this unscripted moment from an American bishop with all of those American ways. No, I'm sorry, African American ways that seemed to throw them for a loop. It was the inclusive nature of Harry and Meghan's wedding that seemed to upset them. It wasn't boring like Will and Kate's wedding, which was boring. And there was so much enthusiasm for Harry and Meghan's wedding in comparison to Will and Kate, where even NBC decided to scale back the coverage because of the lack of interest. I'm not making that up. NBC actually scaled back the coverage of Will and Kate's wedding. Oh, let me see here. I won't say the name, but someone just sent me a PayPal. Thank you very much for that. AB, I'll just say the initials, AB. Baron, the like button is broken, I think. I logged in pretty early tonight and didn't change. Let me see, it didn't change in well over an hour. Oh, okay. Well, thank you for trying, and thank you so much for the PayPal. Yeah, and anybody else who's having trouble with the like button, just send a PayPal. If there's anybody else having trouble, if there's anybody else having trouble with the like button, just send a PayPal. Yeah, just send a PayPal, and that should straighten it out. And if it don't fix it, it sure will make me feel better. But yeah, so follow AB's example and just send a PayPal. That'll fix it. Now, what was I talking about? Woo! Okay. So anyway, what was I saying? Oh, so anyway, that was that's from the day of the wedding, and you can see Bishop Curry speaking of the power of love. And thank goodness Bishop Curry was able to preside over. Oh, wait a minute. Did he or did he not? I'm trying to remember. Was he ill and unable to make it or not? Anyway, it says here, Los Angeles Bishop baptized Prince Lilibeth, daughter of Prince Harry and Meghan. So it says here, and this is the first time that this has happened in the history of the royal family. Princess Lilibeth Diana, well, at least for someone in line for the throne, the daughter of Prince Harry and Meghan, the Duchess of Sussex. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, thank you, JAK. Let me see, JAK. Thank you very much. Yeah, so I think we're going to get that button fixed. Anyway. Let me see. Okay, the couple initially had asked Curry to preside at the baptism, a service he helped plan, but he tested positive for the pandemic. He asked Taylor to take his place. Okay, yeah. I kind of thought it was something, there was some reason why he didn't do it. So, yeah, that would have been a nightmare. So, thank goodness he didn't. And, well, as you can see, the Sussexes have been very responsible when it comes to that. So, yeah, Bishop Curry could not preside over the baptism, but but at least it happened. So, okay, what's next? Oh, I think I'm just about done, you guys. Let me see. Yeah, I got one more slide. So I don't know if you knew about this, but at Sandringham, one of the few residents that is owned outright by the sovereign. This house does not belong to the Crown Estate. This house is fully deeded property of Charles, right? So this is like one of the family's private residence. It doesn't belong to the Crown Estate. Well, Michael Smith. Yeah, Michael Smith. Is it Michael Smith? No. What is his name? Yeah, I think so. No, not Michael. Graham Smith. That's his name. Graham Smith. Graham Smith brought a bunch of documents. Do you know what those are? Graham Smith went to Sandringham so he could make sure that if the King Charles III, He wanted to make sure if Charles III had not actually seen that report that included his brother, that he would have a chance to see it, that he would have no excuses to miss it. So the entire report, everything that they've been talking about in the news is in those boxes, and they dropped them off at Sandringham. And then he stood there with a loudspeaker, with a bullhorn, and lectured the King of England about all of the stuff that's in there. So I can't play the sound because of some of the language that was used, but I just want you to know that that did happen. Graham Smith went to Sandringham House, where the royal family generally spends Christmas. That is where they exiled the Queen when Harry and Meghan brought the children to meet the Queen that time. They actually exiled her to Sandringham House because they were afraid Harry was going to go back and see her. So they moved her. Just like they wouldn't let her die at Windsor Castle, they made her stay in. Did you guys know that? She wanted to come home, but they made her stay in Balmoral. Yeah, the Queen didn't want to die up there. She thought it would be a big problem for everybody, but they were like, no, you stay there. Anyway, yeah, so Graham Smith actually went to the King's Gate and dropped off that report, warts and all. Mina Van Ness, good morning, Baron. Good morning, everyone from the Netherlands, Amsterdam. Well, thank you so much for being here. And dankjewel. Let me see. Oh, nope, I'm still here, Joy Moore. I am still here. I didn't know this was going to be a 3-hour, but I'm still here. So this is the last thing I have. Since William has won that chicken award, the Incandescent Rage Award, KFC dubs Prince William his royal thighness after he's caught peering through restaurant window. I didn't know that this was a real thing. And when I saw this, I thought this was something but I didn't know that was actually an article. And that was from October the 21st, 2020. And that's why I was like, I wonder how come they're not wearing their mask. You see the lady inside wearing her mask. And I think in the US, a lot of restaurants were still closed to the public. But yeah, that's his royal thighness. Could you imagine eating your food and there's William peering through the window with those yellow teeth? Could you imagine that? Imagine you trying to enjoy your food and all of a sudden this hideous creature comes walking past the window and starts peering through there while you're sitting there going at your chicken. Now that would I would probably have to take a picture of that. Yeah. Or what if he had Kate with him? Like you sitting there eating your food and all of a sudden there's Kate at the window. And if she tried to describe what you're eating, then of course Kate would start, doing her jazz hands. So anyway, I'm done, you all. That's it for today. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you so much for watching Royal Sussex. And as you're leaving, you all, please don't forget to hit that like button. Let me see how many likes we have, because I really, really do need those likes. It is very, very crucial. Yeah, this is serious business with them likes. Okay. So right now, 943 likes. That's not bad. I mean, I'd like more, but that's not bad. Wow, thank you. You guys are rocking and rolling. 943 likes. That is so cool. Well, I appreciate it. I really do. As they say in the movie Jerry Maguire, you complete me. All right. Well, that's it, you all. Thank you. Love you guys so much. Thank you for watching Royal Sussex. I have had a pleasure. I don't know why I'm so full of energy. I mean, it's 2 a.m., but I am fully energized. Okay, I'm just looking at a couple of your comments here. Oh, Baron, they made the Queen stay at Balmoral to keep her. Oh, that's right. Because they knew Harry was coming and they didn't want Harry to get close to her. You're so right about that, Reba Henderson. That is it. It wasn't because they really was concerned about where she died, but it was more about whether or not Harry could see her. And with her being so far away, that means that she would have been a little bit out of reach, considering that he had to get over to Dusseldorf. Makes a lot of sense. Because Princess Anne would have opened the door up and let him right in. Princess Anne don't really care about all that stuff. But if it was William or Charles, they would have tried to make it as difficult as possible. Just like after the Queen died, Harry had a chance to spend some time with her earthly remains after she died. And that was Princess Anne that was like, would you like to see her? Yeah, because by the time they, not to be morbid, but once the Queen went inside of the box, that was the end of it. They, she was locked away forever. So if you hadn't seen her before, if you didn't say your farewell, while she was still in her bedroom, then you wouldn't get a chance to. So, fortunately, he had that opportunity. I'm glad for that. Whatever closure that would have brought for him. But, he loved his grandmother. That was his grandmother. That was his commander-in-chief, as he said. He loved his grandma. I'm sure there's a lot of conflict that he has with his family's history and the place of his family's history in the world. But Harry is an optimist, and he always sees the best in people. I wonder about that. I do wonder about that. Did they ever find that firearm that William misplaced? Good question. Okay, well, let me find something to close with for today. Get Jazz hands off of here. Hello, is this the Daily Mail? Senior Royal here. I said Senior Royal here. Yes, I have some information that you might find very interesting. Senior Royal here. Hello. And of course, the person on the other end of the phone says, oh, you mean colonizer? Why didn't you say colonizer? What you want? If you say Senior Royal, you could be anybody but colonizer. Now I know who you are, at least where you're calling from. Yeah, Sarah, one of the things that comes with the position that Robert Jobson has, that is, if anybody could ever assume that position, you'd have to almost be an acrobat to get dressed in the morning if you were Robert Jobson. But anyway, it's not just his work, but it becomes a whole family operation. You know, once you're in with the royal family, it opens up opportunities for your entire family, and it's no different than being working in government or being a politician. Everybody in the family comes up. So if you want to continue to eat at the king's table and get that free ride and to get all of those open doors for your family, it's very important that you stay in good with the royals. Like, for instance, Dickie Arbiter was the Queen's press secretary for some time. And then, of course, his daughter, who pretty much grew up eating at the Queen's table, more or less, she actually lived at Kensington Palace. Those people that work for the royal family live on the estates. They get a cottage and everything that goes with that. So being adjacent to the royal family, even for a reporter like Robert Jobson, I mean, how many times has Robert Jobson traveled with the king, dined with the king, had drinks with the king? Robert Jobson is actually very close to Charles. So it is to his advantage that he maintains. If he can't maintain his weight, he better maintain his position with the royal family, because that will benefit his family. Maybe one of his children will become one of those backstabbing royal reporters. So that's why he's there, because he hit the jackpot. As far as careers go, Robert Jobson is living a very luxurious life. Instead of buying the second seat on the plane so he can be comfortable when he travels with the royals, because he's traveling on that government plane, then he can have both of the seats to himself and don't even have to pay for either one of them. Senior royal horse, well written and thoroughly trained. Okay. All right. Okay, so let me find something to close with. Something that will something. Let me see what I got here. I'm sure I have something to share. Give me just a second. And good night, everybody. For those of you that need to get out of here, that need to get your rest, go ahead, because I am done. I'm just fooling around here. Wow, Spare sold 1.4 million copies in a single day. 1.4 million copies. Imagine that. Well, you don't have to imagine it. I mean, after all, it's happened. Okay. So, oh, no, not that. No, not that. Give me just a second. I'm looking for something in particular. Okay. Okay, I think I found it. Oh, no, I did that one already, didn't I? Okay, how about this one? A Sunday? Well, it's not Sunday. I was going to read, I'll save that one for Sunday. No, so not that then. Okay, so I don't know what I'm going to say. No, I did not. Did you read my comment about Canada? Reads they have met me by the... Oh, meet me by the lake. They picked Meet Me by the Lake. Canada Reads. Oh, is that a group or something like that? Canada Reads. They picked Meet Me by the Lake. No, I didn't see that. I did not, but thank you for sharing that. Canada Reads. Okay, so meet the Canada Reads 2024 contenders. Oh, I see it. I see it here. Thank you. I'm looking at the list right here. Meet the Canada Reads 2024 contenders. The debates take place March 4th through the 7th on CBC TV. Oh, I didn't know that this was a thing. Oh, that's interesting. Maybe I'll share that tomorrow then. Thank you so much. Kate has military titles. She cannot even talk, let alone get military titles. Is that for dressing up? Because cannot see her doing anything else for them. I could see her doing something else. I mean, after all, she used to work on a yacht, but I won't go there. But she did used to work on a yacht. So, yep, I could see her doing something else. I try not to think about it, but I could see it. I've been trying to figure out. I know that video is here, the one where she was with the soldiers, or was that a short? I think that that was not a short. That was not a short. Oh well, I don't know what I did with it though, but I have not been able to find it. The one with Kate in the army. No, I cannot find that video. What the heck is this one? What Kate Middleton and Queen Camilla. Oh no, that's not it. Oh no, that's not it. Was this it? I understand that you have. Nah, that's not it. Oh well. Okay, good night, you guys. All 1,100 of you. I am done for today. Let me find the last word to close with, and then we're out of here. Quote. Oh, why am I looking here? I should be looking someplace else. Sorry about that. I'm looking for a daily quote. A daily quote. Let me see here. Once you replace negative thoughts with positive ones, you will start having positive results. Willie Nelson. Willie on the road again. I can't wait to get on the road again. Yeah. Once you replace those negative thoughts with positive thoughts, you begin to have positive results. Let me find one more. People cry not because they're weak, it's because they've been strong for too long. Okay, I kind of get that one. Oh, this is funny. I love this. Don't believe everything you read on the internet just because there's a picture with a quote next to it. Abraham Lincoln. Ah, that is funny. That is too funny. Yeah, don't believe everything you read on the internet just because there's a picture next to it. Abraham Lincoln said that. Let me see. SCJ5 says the British media are vile. They bully and smear Meghan and Harry daily because the horrible royals wine and dine them on our money. Wadey and Willie are too boring and work shy to write about. Ain't that the truth? Thank you so much for that. Reba Henderson says trolls are triggered because they have no power to stop us honoring Harry as a living legend. Amen. And thank you for being here, Connie Bomber. Oh, you like that one? Okay. All right, we're good. So, as per usual, the rock of the Sussex family, our Queen Doria, and the very spirit of the family, the one who spoke to Archie from beyond. Remember how they said Archie was so fixated and fascinated with that painting in Tyler Perry's house? For some reason, he couldn't stop looking at it. And one day, just by chance, Harry or Meghan looked at the nameplate at the bottom of the painting and it said Diana, warrior princess. So, whatever. So, that was very cool. And in Greek mythology, Diana is the goddess of the hunt. So, obviously, the figure on the painting, the main figure, depicted Diana. So, every day, Archie would just gaze at that painting. There was just something about it. That is very spiritual, isn't it? Every day, Archie just kept looking at it and looking at it as though the painting was speaking to him. He couldn't stop looking at it, just fascinated. And I'm pretty sure there was some beautiful artwork in that mansion, but the thing that captured his notice was the painting featuring Diana from Greek mythology. All right, so good night. Good night, 1,000 people that are still here. What are you doing here? I'm done. Good night. And thank you for helping me fix my like button. I think it's working now. JAK. And who else do I need to thank? AB. Thank you so much. You all have fixed my like button. I'm having too much fun. And by the way, I really enjoyed making that video that I made, that last video. I really enjoyed making that one. The one about the pilot. Love that one. Huh. Well. Let me see. Who else is that? Who's been a silent participant? I just saw that. No, I don't see it. Oh, okay. Thank you, Nubian Queen, for participating silently. Just as effective. I appreciate it. Melanated black vitriol, anger, and screamer. Now that I would hate to have to put that on a business card. That's kind of a long name, but thank you so much for being here. Oh no, I just got here. Ghana in the house. Wishing you, Baron and fam, a great weekend. Well, thank you so much, Melanated. Yeah, you're right, Connie Balmer. And I had a very embarrassing situation happen earlier. So I went to the grocery store, and unfortunately, I don't know how it happened, but I think somebody threw a can of Pringles in my shopping cart, right? In my trolley for you guys in the UK. Someone put some Pringles in my trolley. And of course, you know how much I love Pringles, right? So I have been munching on them for the past few hours. And one of them, I was eating it, and then I felt something very sharp in the back of my throat. Well, I may or may not have a little piece of processed potato stuck in the back of my throat. I repeat, I may or may not have a little piece of processed potato in the back of my throat. Hydrogenated soybean, soy dextrose, MSG infiltrated processed potato. But the back of my throat kind of hurts when I swallow. So I'm pretty sure it dissolved by now. And don't think that that taught me a lesson because I still got some more Pringles in there. But for whatever reason, I've eaten 1,000 Pringles. See, I probably should have had my teeth in. That wouldn't have happened. But I feel that sharp pain in the back of my throat. So, yeah, it would be nice if I went and rested my throat because it does kind of hurt to talk. Not hurt enough to stop me from finishing those Pringles, though. But I don't know what it is about Pringles. Once you open up that can, Lord have mercy. Mm-mm-mm. And the cheese Pringles, it's like the taste just fills your whole mouth. Now, nobody should ever make anything that good. Spoils your dinner. Eat a piece of bread and drink some green tea. Bigelow is the best. Oh, okay. Well, I'm pretty sure it's gone, but wow, melanated, you are melanated because I remember that from when I was a kid, we used to eat fish and we always had a piece of bread just in case one of those fish bones got stuck. You were supposed to eat some bread to pull that fish bone away. Um, wow, thank you for that. Now I haven't heard that in ages. Well, see there, when you know, you know. That is very cool. Thank you so much. It's just as though my own mama was sitting here saying that to me. Be eating that fish, and all of a sudden, eat some bread, eat some bread. And I'm here to tell you, at this stage in my life, it doesn't take a piece of fish to get me to eat some bread. I kind of wake up thinking about bread. Oh, I love bread. Oh, the ketchup potato chips, those are good. Well, you know, when you go to Europe, they don't have barbecue potato chips like they do here. In Europe, they call them paprika. They have the paprika chips. They don't have barbecue flavor potato chips or crisp, if you will. They only have paprika. That's as close as they come. Oh, come on now. Denise Marcus say, yeah, eat bread or drink buttermilk. Okay, I've never heard the buttermilk one before. Okay. Oh, you're getting snowed in, huh? Well, all of our snow melted. It's melting. We had a heavy snow, but then it was like 38 degrees, and that don't mix. That doesn't mix. I'm taking a look at the weather for tomorrow. But Connie Balmer, thank you so much for thinking about me. Connie Balmer said, you've been on for 3 hours. You need to go and get your rest. And that's true. I do. I should probably be resting. And, I don't know. I just, I really do love the channel. And I guess learning how to do stuff on YouTube and problem solving and everything is something I wasn't expecting at this point in my life, but it's been a lot of fun. And I love editing the videos, as you can tell. That is like one of my favorite things. So I do have fun with it. It's definitely fun. I was kind of worried about the Duchess of Success because she scheduled a video for the morning and then she didn't do it. And I see she finally took down the thing. So at least I hope she took it down. But I was kind of worried about her because she had scheduled and then she didn't do the video. So let me go and take a look at her community tab. She may have posted something there, but we're all very protective of her, right? Lorna Castellanos, thank you so much for helping me fix that button. I mean, for the super sticker. But yeah, thank you so much. And also thank you for being a member of Royal Sussex. So I'm going to check Duchess of Success community tab and see if she said why she wasn't on. But, she's traveling like that. So I am a little worried about her. Let me see here. Okay, I need to find the community tab. Okay, so 6 hours ago, she said, hi, folks. I am so sorry. Yesterday's podcast was meant to be canceled, and I thought I had deleted it, but it never was deleted. So sorry if you were waiting. So, okay. So we know she's okay. That's the important thing. Okay. Well, I'm glad we know. Hi, Rachel Mawara. Hi, Baron, moderators, and Sussex Wife family. Hope you are all well. It's always nice to hear your voice brighten up my day every day. Wow, thank you, Rachel. That is very sweet. You get a bell. Melanated says, good morning to some and good night to others. Love this group. Thank you, mods and Baron. Till next time. Thank you very much. And yes, until next time, till we meet again. Rosalie Lindsay, thank you for being here. And for those of y'all that just showed up, don't forget to hit that like button. I'm trying to drive up those likes. I have to drive up my likes because for whatever reason, there hasn't been as many views lately. And got to get those, and the engagement helps. So, oh, well, that's not bad actually, because let me see. Yeah. All right. I see I just have that one live that's about 11,000 views. But okay. I don't know what my average is, but I have just that lowest live that I have is 11,000. So if that's the lowest one, that's not bad. It's not awful. Over 1,500 videos. Royal Sussex has over 1,500 videos and 49,500 subscribers. 1,500 videos. And out of the 1,500, let me see. There's not that many shorts. Let me see how many shorts are there. Anyway, there's not that many shorts. It's not a lot. There are some, but there's not a lot. 33, 37. No, what am I at? 36, 42, 45. Okay. Well, there's a few. Well, yeah, I don't have that many shorts, not as many as some people. So I doubt if I have more than 60 shorts. I might have about 60 shorts, but most of those videos are either edited or live videos, 1,500 of them. 1,500. I tell you, if anybody ever had to try to look into Royal Sussex, you'd have a whole heap of looking to do. 1,500 videos. That's a lot of looking. A lot of looking. 1,500 videos. Oh, very cool. Your son's 8th birthday, his 8th birthday. How cool is that? The same day Harry gets an award. Love it. Yeah, I mean, collectively, that is a lot. And yeah, and just because you have a lot of subscribers, it don't always mean you get a lot of views. It does not always equate views, but yeah, that is a lot. I mean, and doing the lives, it's not unusual to have 1,400 people in the live. Still, that's good as well, too. Yeah. Nothing to complain about. So to date, Royal Sussex has had 30 million.6 views, 6.4 million watch hours. That's 6,400,000 hours that people have watched Royal Sussex. And 30.6 million. So 30,600,000 30,603,517 views. Wow. Who would have ever thought? Who would have ever thought? And subscribers, we're getting there. We're getting there. We'll be at that 50K very soon, maybe by the end of the week. Maybe early next week. Early next week. You think so? I hope that's the case. I hope that's the case. Well, I tell you, you have to be very careful. There are some things that you just can't say. And fortunately, enough of you all have been around long enough to know exactly what I'm speaking of when I'm avoiding saying certain words. And I do appreciate that because makes it easier for me. But yeah, I'm going to say that by and large, I think YouTube has been very fair. I think they've been very fair. They still have some things that desperately need attention. Like I keep getting copyright things, even though my video is older than the video that claims the copyright. So I have to do an appeal process. And only one time did I not win an appeal. So, like I say, I think mostly YouTube is fair. Oh, what's that? They traced that Wikipedia Prince Harry bio alteration to a palace in the UK. Really? I didn't know that anybody had altered anything. Ouch, when I swallow, that hurts. Oh, man. I'm going to have to take a flashlight and take a look at that because that potato chip tore my throat up. It was so good, too. Now I don't ever want to eat a Pringle again. I don't ever, if I eat another Pringle, it'll be too soon, like in about 10 minutes. All right, y'all, I'm going to go for real. So let's end with Once Upon a Time. I'm going to have to do a new intro. I know that. I need to do a new intro. Don't know when I'm going to do it, but I'm going to do a new intro. And one of these days, you guys are going to log on and you're going to be so surprised when you notice that there is a new intro to Royal Sussex. They do have like software and everything where you could make those intros, but I already got whatever came with the computer, so I've just been using that. I've signed up for so much software that I do not use. I hate to sign up for something else. There's some things I need to cancel because I never use them. Let me see. To place in the UK, the alteration was that the Legion of Aviation Award was a paid award. Oh, when did that happen? Well, it had to be recently, right? Isn't that something? And guys, I am actually I make donations to Wikipedia because I use it so often, and you know how I am when I use something, I always feel obliged to support things that are important to me. And well, anyway, what a shame to hear something like that. Thank you for sharing that because I had no idea that had even happened. Huh. Well, you know, I'm going right now to look down at the awards. Wow, what a lengthy bio that Prince Harry has. Very lengthy. Let me see. Television appearances. I'm looking for the awards. Oh, okay. Here we go. Nope, that's not it either. Well, I'm trying to find out where it would be, but so long as they fixed it, right? Oh, wait a minute. Nope, not that. Ooh, NAACP Image Award. Well, I guess we have to be prepared that they're going to have a meltdown every time the Sussexes are honored. And you know what? We will be there to meet the challenge, and that's a promise. They can have as many meltdowns as they want because the Sussex squad will be there to meet the challenge. Yeah, oh, Harry has an IMDb page. I think I've seen that before. Church Nelly, I got something for you. Don't go anywhere. I got something for you. Huh, how about that? How about that, Church Nelly? Take a look at the screen. Oh, thank you so much, Kim Truman. Thank you so much. I'm just glad that that it wasn't more serious. Could you imagine if something terrible happened and they found out that the cause was a Pringle potato chip? Do you know how embarrassing that would be? If I was found unresponsive because of a Pringle potato chip? What an embarrassing way to go. In other news, a local content creator was found unresponsive. Investigators say they found a can of Pringles scattered about. They don't suspect there was any foul play, just greedy. Oh, what pills? What you got? What you got? What you got? What you got? And there's another one, Church Nelly. Oh, yeah, I should have been out here. Oh, my God, it's going on 4 hours. Did somebody roofie me? I don't remember it going past 3 hours. Jumping Jack Flash. How did all that time, 40 minutes pass in the blink of an eye? Oh, that must have been a very sharp potato chip. Oh, my goodness. I did not realize that we had been on that long. I thought about that, Church Deli. I was just like, I wonder if that's going to be a problem. Yes, I'm still here. I'm finna go though. I'm fixing to go. Oh, Baron, it was real serious that they also had to turn off the comments and stop all the changes. Really? How did I miss that? How did I miss that? Wait, there's comments on the okay. Oh, I see awards here. Okay, so this is for Prince Harry. December 2010, the German charity Ein Herz für Kinder, the Heart of Children, awarded him the Golden Heart Award in recognition of his charitable and humanitarian efforts. On 7th of May 2012, the Atlantic Council awarded him the Distinguished Humanitarian Leadership Award. In August of 2018, the Royal Canadian Legion granted him the 2018 Founders Award for his role in funding the Invictus game. In October of 2018, he was presented with the RSA Badge in Gold, the organization's highest honor for his work with injured veterans. In July of 2021, Harry and Meghan were among people who were selected by UK-based charity Population Matters to receive the Change in Champions Award for their decision to have only 2 children and help with maintaining a smaller and more sustainable population. In February of 2022, Harry and Meghan were selected to receive the NAACP President's Award for their work on causes related to social justice and equality. In other words, one of the meltdowns that they had over in the UK, the tabloid media. In October 2022, the couple were named as Ripple of Hope Award laureates for their work on racial justice, mental health, and other social initiatives through their foundation, Archwell. Harry is set to be inducted into the Living Legends of Aviation in January of 2024. So at least there they have not amended it. Oh, I see there's another place they could have done that though. Yeah, before I speak so fast, let me see. Okay, so 528. Okay. Well, I can see how that happens. But they do have a link that takes you to the People magazine now. Wow. What a dirty, disgusting thing to do. Thank you, Antoinette Kennedy. I did not see that. Denise Marcus said it was a full thread on X about the person changing the wiki. What a dirty thing to do. What a dirty thing to do. I tell you, they're only limited by their imagination, aren't they? Oh, and you know what? I'm looking here. Meghan Markle's Wikipedia was altered just before Prince Harry. Just before Prince Harry. Let me see. It says that in 2020, July 2020, it says Meghan's Wikipedia page was drastically altered just before her relationship with Prince Harry went public, dropping her modeling work and instead promoting her as an activist and humanitarian. As well, they should have. So before Harry, because people don't actually make their Wikipedia pages. That is created by whatever concerned person. So it sounds here like they actually did not have the proper information, because that has been a big part of her life, her activism. Oh, okay. Oh, well. So they identified the person. That is so interesting. How dirty. Boy, they play dirty, don't they? That's scary. That is really scary. Let me see. Tuesday, when it came out, all tickets sold out, VIP and standard prices. So Tuesday, when they mentioned that Harry was going to be there, all the tickets sold out. Wow. And those were some expensive tickets, right? VIP ticket, $2,000. Gold table sponsorship, 2,000 euro. Gold table sponsorship, 24,000 euro. Individual ticket, 2,000 euro. 8 VIP seats of Living Legends of Aviation Europe table. Location is on the second level. Wow. So right here it says Living Legends of Aviation, £478. This ticket includes admission at the 21st Annual Living Legend Aviation. I'm reading for someone's what do you call it? From the Twitter. Okay. Okay, you guys, I better go and rest my voice. I have been compromised by a Pringles potato chip, and my throat is sore. Yeah, that's what they told me. I wish I could see a screenshot of that. I'm sure somebody has a screenshot. That is going to be my homework, is trying to find that screenshot. I'm sure somebody has it. I'm sure somebody took a screenshot of it. Wow, that's dirty. So much hate, right? Doesn't make any sense. But they look for every vulnerability. And that's why a lot of times when I share a quote and I take the person's name out of it, that's exactly why. So that they could avoid this nonsense. Oh, I have a longer version of Allison if you guys want to hear it. Let me put Allison back up. I have a longer version of it. I'm going to do that, and then I promise you I'm about to go. Because I got to rest my voice. Because I have to take on these haters this weekend, because they are doing the most, aren't they? Okay. So let me play Allison for you.
Extraordinary accomplishments in aviation. He is going with Meghan, and it's a Hollywood event. Extraordinary accomplishments in aviation. Well, why not? I've been on a lot of trips. Maybe up for it next special recognition. Special recognition. Their Chief Marshal Brandreth. If he is a living, what are those Battle of Britain pilots or Donbass? Of course. What are they? Yes. For heaven's sake. Anyway, I don't want to be church.
To me, Harry is a living legend. He was in the royal family and he married a mixed race woman. He's a living legend.
Oh,
to me.
yeah, but not
I wanted to win this award.
Oh,
yeah, I know you.
Yeah. And in fairness, he went to Afghanistan. He did put his nose on the line, and he flew. Very true.
Yeah,
so why not? Yeah. Okay. I mean, this is a nice story, Rob. He is going. He is going with Meghan, and it's a Hollywood event. Extraordinary accomplishments in aviation. Well, why not?
You know, they love to reduce everything to it's Hollywood. It's Hollywood. Oh. Really? Let me take a look. Huh. Wait a minute. Is that would I be able to see that on the Twitter, or do I have to go to Instagram? Let me see here. I just really hate all of this confusion about, well, not confusion, but all of this disdain and vitriol that Harry can't just enjoy his award without all of this negative, nasty, let me see that again. I'm drinking some like really cold water, actually. Yeah, I'm drinking some very cold water. Yeah, it didn't hurt so bad at first, but I bet you it's all red back there now. But it's all red. Huh. Okay, I'm still looking for it. Wow, you wouldn't know there was so many people with that same name. Variations thereof, of course. But yeah, I don't see it. That's okay. I will find it. I usually do. Prince William's 30,000-pound helicopter stunt in Middleton backyard. Was that day he took the helicopter? The head of the RAF has erupted with rage over revelations Prince William landed a $10 million RAF helicopter. It kind of cuts off, but interesting. I think I've heard it before, though. Well, good night, you guys. I'm still looking for something, but again, I am done for the day. So, don't want to keep you up past your bedtime any longer than I already have. Yeah, but I'm just sitting here looking for that that thing y'all told me about. Yes, this is like 4 hours exactly. So with that, you guys, thank you so much and good night. And I will see you all tomorrow. Where's my favorite video? Once Upon a Time.